UCP perspective is playing out in battleground Calgary. That's where Elise Von Schiele is tonight at UCP headquarters. Danielle Smith, the people in that room elected her in their own closed election less than a year ago, the outsider candidates, and she tried to rebrand the party. Fits and starts, safe to say. A lot of ammo for the NDP going into this campaign. They made the most of it. Elise, I'm wondering what people are saying about the campaign that Danielle Smith ran over the course of the last 4 weeks.
Well, this is her first test, right? How does she appeal to the broader Alberta electorate? 125,000 UCP members elected her last fall. Like you said, there's about 2.8 million voters in Alberta who will be making their decision about her tonight. And so I think that what you've seen from the strategist and from the campaign was an attempt to kind of mitigate some of the rougher edges of Danielle Smith. We saw in the second week of the campaign a video that had resurfaced of her comparing people who had been vaccinated to people who followed dictators like Adolf Hitler. However, if you talk to the strategists about what things were like after the debate, they really felt like she was able to portray somebody who was strong and stable and steady. And so it will be a test tonight, especially in those key battlegrounds, of exactly what version of Danielle Smith people think that they are getting. And if you talk to the strategists here, they really feel like they've been able to lock down some of those Calgary seats. You're going to be looking at places that are the toss-ups: Calgary Acadia, Calgary Bow, Calgary Glenmore. And in an election where we have talked a lot about healthcare and the economy, really what the two leaders have been talking about is how much you can't trust their opponent. And so I think as the results start to come in a little bit, we'll get a preliminary glance, at least, of if the UCP was successful in keeping Danielle Smith on message and in her strong communication lane, or whether people had just factored in a lot of her other missteps from earlier, and how that exactly will play out in these really, really close races here in the city, Rob.
It's going to be fascinating, isn't it, right? It's going to be at the leadership level, premier versus premier, something we've never seen in the province before. Thanks, Elise. And at NDPHQ in Edmonton at the Westin is our Julia Wong. So when I say premier versus premier, for the first time in Alberta's history, Rachel Notley conceded in 2019, but stayed on as leader. So we have a former premier contesting another election. That's never happened before, Julia. And she spent a ton of time in battleground Calgary, as Elise was just talking about. So important to the outcome tonight. And yet, Rachel Notley has driven up the QE2 to wrap things up tonight in Edmonton. I think some people might be a little curious about that. Why did she return to her home in Edmonton tonight?
Yeah, Rob, I think there's a few different reasons for that. I mean, when you think about it, what happened in 2019 here in this city, the NDP won almost all the seats in Edmonton, so 19 out of 20 seats. So clearly this is a stronghold for them. They have a lot of support in the Edmonton area. Now, this time around, there are 5 open seats in the city, but they've all leaned NDP in the past. So the party is feeling pretty confident. And folks that I've talked to here while we've been here, they are optimistic. There's a lot of positive energy from them. Obviously, everyone is nervously or perhaps excitedly waiting for what's going to happen later today. Now, as we've been here, the doors have just opened. The crowd here is still perhaps a little small, but it's been building. We've seen trickles of people coming through, and there's a lot of excited chatter about what could happen later tonight. As you were mentioning earlier, Calgary, obviously the battleground for this election. The NDP, they only have 3 seats there as of the 2019 election, so they really need to win big. They need to win in the double digits if they want to have any chance of forming government. But as to Elise's point, as of earlier, you know, the main issues for voters in this election, they've been affordability, healthcare, education. These things really matter to Albertans. But what the NDP was really focusing on was trust and leadership. Can you trust what Danielle Smith is saying? Can you trust that she won't be changing her opinion in perhaps a month, a week, who knows? And that is what they are banking on. Rachel Notley's popularity is through the roof. She is such a brand. She's a bigger brand perhaps than even the party itself. So they are betting a lot on her popularity, and they really hope that that will translate later tonight. Again, as we were talking about earlier, Edmonton, they are expecting hopefully to sweep this city. They're hoping to pick up more seats in Calgary. And also, I was speaking with a strategist earlier, they think that there could be some ridings, in other parts of the province that haven't received a lot of attention that they do think they have a really good shot at.
Julia, thank you. Yes, Rachel Notley is always polled ahead of her party. The NDP, Rachel Notley, they are synonymous. She is the one who delivered the orange wave of 2015. Can she get her party across the line tonight? Whereas Danielle Smith came in, you have to consider it, even as an outsider moving into that role, she had a steep hill to climb. The UCP had been trailing the NDP for years and polled, some of them conducted by our very own Janet Brown, who is CBC's pollster throughout, the most respected pollster in the province. Pleasure to have you by my side again.
Thanks for having me.
So a couple of things I want to pick up on there. The idea of trust, the contrast decision that the NDP clearly decided to go with in their campaign, a lot of negative advertising. You've been hearing through your focus groups that people have not been as receptive as maybe the NDP had hoped they would be.
Well, there's a lot of problems with Danielle Smith's leadership. As soon as, we can take this back to 2012, even before that, she's been a divisive and controversial issue ever since she hit Alberta politics back in 2009. And the NDP decided that they were going to focus on how controversial she is. And the NDP have certainly given voters many reasons to doubt Danielle Smith.
Danielle Smith is given voters.
Danielle Smith, and the NDP have emphasized that. But I think maybe if the NDP come up short tonight, it's because they haven't given voters enough reasons to vote for them. So, voters, they see reasons why they should doubt Smith. They're also looking for reasons why they should be voting for the NDP.
And this is unique in that, as I mentioned, no premier has stuck around after a loss in Alberta to contest another campaign. And there's also a bit of a wrinkle with that, right? And we heard it in the debate that Danielle Smith could point to an actual record. And the record not so flattering on the economy, a strength of the UCP. Traditionally, when the economy is humming, the incumbent does well. The economy is humming right now. So what about the UCP campaign? How did they play it, and did they play it well?
Well, we're going to find out if they played it well. But yes, they focused on the years that the NDP was in power from 2015 to 2019. And so Danielle Smith came to this race with a lot of baggage, but also Rachel Notley did as well. When she won in 2015, she won with less than a majority of votes. And it was a difficult 4 years in office because the economy was different, because they were new to government. And so, Danielle Smith has been very much focused on the record of Rachel Notley while she was in power 2015 to 2019.
Okay, super curious. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
To hear what our panelists who are joining Nancy Carlson in a separate studio downstairs from where I'm standing right now have to say about all of that. I'll remind you, we talk about the hills to climb. The NDP need to gain 20 seats in order to form government. The UCP can afford to lose 19, so keep those numbers in mind. And in terms of popular vote, the UCP in 2019, 55% of the popular vote. I'm getting lost already. UCP, NDP. The NDP, 33%. So as Janet mentioned, 40% is what they got of the vote when the vote was split in 2015 and sparked that orange wave. Can they get anywhere close to that tonight? They'll have to go north of that, Nancy, in order to secure a victory. All right, so let's get into it with your panelists. I know they're chomping at the bit to talk about it. Who have you got with you?
Yes, Rob, I actually want to start with our two mayors that we have here. So we have Angela Duncan is the mayor of Alberta Beach, and we have William Choi, the mayor of Stony Plain. And the reason that I want to start with both of you is, what does it feel like to be watching these numbers come in? Does it bring back memories of when you were elected? I know, William, you've been in politics for a while. Yeah, what does tonight feel like when you're waiting for results to come in?
Well, I think every election is just nerve-wracking, looking to see who the outcome is, the winner. There's a lot of hard work and volunteers coming forward to, dedicate their time to, build an Alberta that they're looking for. Like I said, I've been mayor for quite a few years, 11 years actually, counting today. And out of those 11 years, I've had the opportunity to work with 7 premiers. Can you imagine that? Like that.
Wow.
That average isn't very good for the premiers, but my average is pretty good.
Yeah.
So definitely, I think, I think as municipalities, we're a ready partner to work with the provincial government. It doesn't matter who gets elected. We want to be their partners. And we want to build an Alberta for every Albertan.
Angela, what about you? When you're waiting for these, I'm keeping an eye on to see when we're going to get our first results coming in. What does this feel like for you?
I have never been more grateful to be in a small community.
Really?
Right? Yeah. I mean, we have 300 people come to vote. So election night is very quick for us, and so it's not nearly as nerve-wracking as this. And of course, this election has huge consequences, not just for my community, although it does have consequences there, but for all of Alberta. So I'm very excited to see the results come in. I'm very curious as to who's going to form next government. As a municipality, we will work with whomever is there. So it'll be interesting to see what it looks like.
Yeah, to see what happens. We also have two people who know quite a bit about political strategy. We are going to talk to them in just a little bit. This is a little bit of a teaser here, Rob. We're going to be they're giving me more time to talk. So let's go. So actually, not me talk, both of you. So we have Leah Ward. You were the Director of Communications for the NDP. And what are you going to be watching for tonight? Like when it comes to political strategy, how are you going to know are you strictly looking from a political strategy? Like, are you just basically like a win is a win?
I mean, regardless of the outcome, there will be a lot to celebrate for the NDP. Like I was saying earlier, there's a good chance they'll be picking up a lot of seats in either scenario. But right now, we're kind of down to ground game. So what we're looking for right now is the NDP in a position where they can rally and motivate enough of their supporters to get to the polls to push them over the edge. We saw 28 days of campaigning, of delivering their message, of providing that contrast, which is of course highlighting some of Danielle Smith's record. And then the final days are really just about getting your people to the polls. And so that's what we're looking for right now. This is definitely the NDP's strongest showing in terms of a ground game and an organization around the campaign. So that's pretty exciting stuff for us.
Yeah. What about you? We have Evan Menzies here as well. And so you've done communications for the UCP. How does it contrast to what Leah is saying when it comes to the UCP's approach to this? Like, again, we're already starting to actually see some results come in. Again, very early, but we are looking, again, for that 44 seats for a majority. We're looking at 2 right now, still to come, 85. Still early, but from your perspective.
Yeah, lots of votes to count. I think for the UCP, they've had a couple of really challenging years. So there's been a lot of debate internally with the party. Danielle Smith has only been premier for 7 months, so her job this campaign was to bring Humpty Dumpty and put it back together again. I think she's had a lot of success. My sense was both at the doors and just tracking the polling data that conservative vote was firming up. So their job, like Leah was saying with their voters for the NDP, for the UCP, was getting folks out of their butts, off their couch, and into the voting booth. And I think they were successful, but it's kind of out of our hands now as strategists, so we'll wait and see what the vote tally is.
Well, we all have our computers here. We're taking a look as these results start to come in. Rob, I know you are also keeping a close eye on this as well, so I'll throw it back to you.
Thanks, Nancy. As you say, we got a big blue banner on the board there, so obviously some UCP supporters got off their butts on the couches and got out to vote today. So at this point, we have 3 ridings reporting, and we have the UCP in an early lead with 3 ridings reporting. Where exactly are they reporting from, Jessica Yang?
Let's start in Peace River, where right now the UCP is leading with 11 votes. Very slim. This is very, very early. And remember that at this point in the evening, these are the numbers that are coming in from the advanced polls. So this is quite early. But now let's take a look at the result coming in from Drayton Valley, Devon. Andrew Boychenko right now leading with 17 votes. It's slim. The numbers are low. Remember that it is still early. These are advanced polls coming in right now. And now we're going to take a look at Calgary Buffalo, where Joe Ceci is right now. There's only 1 vote to be counted in this specific one, but it's gone to the UCP so far, not to the NDP. We're keeping track of all of the results that are coming in, and we'll bring them to you as soon as they arrive.
Okay, thank you. About 20 minutes past the polls close, and we have some results. That's in keeping with what we were expecting with that big advance, 750,000 Albertans who had already voted in the previous days, and all that stuff had been tabulated. If you went and voted in the advance polls, you know that that's going to be counted very quickly and then distributed through Elections Alberta to us in the media. Nevertheless, we have something to talk about in terms of the contest and the scoreboard. We've got 3 seats where the UCP are leading, including with only 1 poll reporting and what is believed to be a bit of a fortress for Calgary, and that is Buffalo, where Joe Ceci, former finance minister, is trailing at this point. If they're losing there, they're in big trouble tonight. We don't expect it. But Elise, how are people responding to these early results?
Nobody loves that blue banner at the bottom of your screen as much as everybody here at UCP headquarters. There's cheers going up as those results, the very early results, start to come in, but there is energy building in the room. It's starting to fill up a little bit. Somebody who knows all about waiting for results to come in is Rebecca Schultz, who ran in the UCP leadership race. She was also a senior cabinet minister in Danielle Smith's government. She's here with me now. Hi, Rebecca. So tell me, as these preliminary results come in, how are you feeling? What's going through your head?
I mean, I'm feeling optimistic, but I did just literally get off the doors. I door knocked until about 10 after 7, quickly got changed and then headed down here. But I'm feeling like there's a lot of momentum, and I think the people in this room are definitely feeling it too.
What do you think is going to be the difference maker, either for a victory or a defeat for you guys right now?
You know, I honestly just think it's that Albertans were really looking for a path forward and a positive message. I think there was some exhaustion with some negativity, and I think people wanted to see a party with a strong platform, and especially one focused on growing our economy. That's what we had to offer, and that's why I think there was so much momentum, especially going into the last 2 weeks of the election campaign.
It was a hard-fought campaign, a bit of a weird one maybe for some of us who are more used to political campaigns. You said you just got off the doors. What were you hearing today in your riding from people?
Yeah, I mean, the last day of a campaign, when you're getting out your vote, you're going back to your supporters and you're hearing from them and checking in if they're still with you and they've already voted. So many people got out to vote in advance polls. I think part of that was convenience, part of that was excitement to see us get reelected. And so that was very exciting. But I mean, even yesterday, some of those undecided saying, you know what, I'm going to go with you guys. You've been doing a good job. You've got a great platform, and I trust you to take Alberta forward.
Those undecideds have been one of the big stories of this race so far, and we're going to see how those break a little bit tonight as more results come in, Rob.
Thank you, Elise. Yeah, a lot of those undecideds thought to be former red Tories, PC supporters who really didn't identify with the direction that the UCP has been going under Danielle Smith and the insurgent movement that's sort of supporting her and trying to take over the party apparatus, the Take Back Alberta crew. One of the faces of that PC-ish vibe within the caucus, definitely Rebecca Schultz, came in fourth in the leadership, but got right in behind Danielle Smith as soon as she came into cabinet. She's feeling pretty good tonight. These are early results, but yes, the UCP ahead in 5 ridings at this time. These are coming mostly from the advance. We haven't heard any day of results yet. What should we think about the results coming in via the advance vote? Anything in particular?
Well, these are very oddball polls. We don't even have 250 votes counted yet. So these are just sort of the oddball things. And this is what Elections Alberta told us. It would take a while to get results, and then when we started getting results, they're going to start to pour in very quickly. So we're 21 minutes in, so I think they're really taking their time with these machine-counted ballots, but when they start flowing, they're going to flow fast.
Yeah, I'm told that these are actually special ballots that are coming in from prisons, hospitals, that sort of thing. So good to know that they're represented and they're on the board tonight, but still a lot of vote to come. Okay, and as that comes in, that advance vote, as we're looking at the big dump of data that's coming in as a pollster, trend lines, should we be making much of anything that we're seeing from the advance, or should we be really keeping our powder dry until the day of comes in?
Well, we saw that voter turnout varied greatly across the province. Some ridings had much bigger turnout than others. So I think we're going to have to wait until we see how the vote is going to lay out. But I think when these polls start reporting, we're going to know very quickly what the seat count is going to look like, because advance votes do end up looking a lot like votes cast on the day of.
Okay, good to know. Thank you, Janet. Talk to you in just a bit. Speaking of polls reporting, ridings reporting, we have 6 of them, and that means you're starting to get busy. What have you got for us, Jessica Ng? Where are these coming from?
The first one is coming from Calgary Foothills. Let's take a look at that riding, where right now we are seeing Jason Luan, the incumbent in this specific riding, leading. It's just 1 vote, but already it's tilting in one direction. Now remember, the NDP want to be making strides in Calgary specifically, because that's where if they want to be winning this election, they're going to need to be making traction there. Central Peace Notley now, where Todd Lowen leading with an admirable 24 votes. Again, this is quite early. These are the votes that are coming in from those special ballots and the advance polls. And then we'll take a look at Calgary Hayes, where Rick McIver is leading with that one vote there. This is, of course, very early in the game, but right now, there's still that blue banner at the bottom that it's leading to.
History tells us that seat, in particular with Mr. McIver and Hayes, should be a safe seat for the UCP. Todd Lowen's obviously as well, but that Foothills race is going to be one to watch. It's kind of a bellwether for the northern part of Calgary. So if the UCP is not making the gains there and the NDP is keeping it tight, keep a close eye on that on your ticker, turning over every 7 minutes or so, because Court Ellingson, as you see him on the board there, trailing Jason Lewan, cabinet minister. Court Ellingson's considered a so-called star candidate. The NDP went out and recruited a bunch of people in Calgary and other parts of the province who are different from what we saw maybe with 2015 when we saw a lot of accidental candidates, people who put their name on the ballot but never expected to be elected. Court Ellingson used to work for the Calgary Chamber of Commerce. He has those economic bona fides, and that's going to play, it's thought, pretty well in those suburban areas of the north of Calgary. So one to watch there. And I'm sure that our panelists are keeping a close eye on all those returns as they come in, Nancy.
Yeah, these are really bizarre numbers to be seeing, you know, when we're looking at the one vote, right? Like, I mean, we just, what's happening there? So it does have us talking down here. I'm curious. So you have been on the other side of this. You've been in, you know, looking at kind of like the fruits of your labor, how it's playing off when it comes to strategy, whether or not it's successful or not. How does it, like, what does it feel like to be on this side and to be watching this?
Yeah, it's, you're anxiety-ridden. I'm a big Calgary Flames fan, and this is like me watching Game 7 OT last year with the Flames and Stars. Oilers fans here don't have to remind me that we weren't in it this year. Nevertheless,
because we can. No, okay, just checking.
My heart. No, but like it's tough. You're watching these votes come in. You're hoping, you're crossing your fingers, but everyone puts a lot of sweat and tears, and you've got thousands of volunteers around the province, you know, who are holding their breath too. So you're just crossing your fingers and hoping all the work you put in, all the numbers you've been following, all pan out.
Yeah, and literally we're watching, one by one, these results seem to be coming in. So now you're seeing the orange on the screen there. So Leah, when you're seeing that one, like, I mean, tell me, how does this feel for you to be on this side?
It's hard when you're used to being part of the team on the ground to be sort of on the outside watching them. But, you know, if this race turns out like that game, and in the example you gave, the UCP is the Flames, I think the NDP are going to have a great night.
Gloves are off. I was going to say, yeah.
Well, we're in Edmonton, so you got to expect a little bit of that. But in all seriousness, I mean, there's a lot of really, really hardworking volunteers that have coalesced around the team, both teams really. I know, the NDP has pulled together the strongest campaign team that I think the country has ever seen for a provincial election like this. And, you know, a lot of voters are voting NDP for the first time. So there's a lot of people with a lot at stake in this election. So I think, you know, if anyone has nail beds at the end of this, they're going to be doing pretty well.
I know, right now I'm sweating just to kind of, oh my gosh, maybe I shouldn't admit that, but I am. And the other thing is when it comes to, sometimes when we've talked about elections, usually when we've talked about elections and campaigns, you know, we're talking about the issues. You know, we've talked about the issues that matter to the cities, the issues that matter to rural areas. In this election, we've heard a lot about leadership and about how it's not necessarily about the party, but the leader. Do you think that it was handled appropriately by the UCP?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. When you look at a lot of public opinion polling, the NDP leaned really hard into Rachel Notley, but while her favorables tracked better than Danielle's, when the question was asked who would make a better premier, it was pretty even. And so I'm not sure that was an advantage for the NDP to lean that hard into it this campaign. I think for the UCP, for Danielle Smith, her big night so far, they're hoping for a big night tonight, but her big night was the debate night. It sent the message to her voters that you don't have to worry, I've got things under control. You conservative voters, you can come home. You're welcome in this party. So that for her was her big moment, and we'll see if it pans out tonight.
Yeah. And Angela, I want to go to you because previously when we've been talking, you know, we talk about what we expected to see on the or what you expected to see on the campaign trail, right? And there are a lot of issues that weren't mentioned on the campaign trail prior to the election. We heard a lot about those issues that matter to a lot of municipalities, but we didn't hear that on the campaign trail. How do you expect that to play out tonight? Do you think that that was a good move from what you've been hearing from people from different areas of the province?
I think there's some issues that people were really hoping would be on the ballot. People have been very interested in an Alberta Provincial Police Service, which the UCP government has spoken about many, many times, and there's been lots of studies done on that. So we were hoping to see that. I know a lot of Albertans are concerned about the direction that's going to happen with the Canada Pension Plan. Again, that's not on the ballot. And then also there's been rumblings from both the NDP and the UCP about bringing party politics in at the municipal level. And that wasn't on the ballot either. So that's something that we're going to be watching very, very closely. I think moving forward, it's going to be important for whomever takes power to make sure that they do a fulsome engagement and consultation on issues that were not a part of their platforms, to make sure that they're really getting a feel for what Albertans want.
Yeah. So we are seeing more of those numbers come in. It is still early. That seems to be the phrase that I'm using here, Rob. But I know you are also keeping a close eye on this as well in your studio. So I want to hear what you folks have to say.
Well, let me tell you this, because, we're going to get caught up in the scoreboard as the night goes on. But I just want to give you some perspective, Nancy. When you say we're seeing some numbers, we're not seeing many. We're seeing less than 400 votes total counted so far. So a very, very small sample reporting. And remember, 2019, we saw a record turnout in terms of decades. The last time the turnout was that high was the early 80s, and we saw almost 1.9 million votes cast in that vote. We already know 750,000 in the advance polls alone. So we're dealing with a small sample size. Nevertheless, we have ourselves a race, 14 UCP out in front and some orange on the board. 4 ridings where the NDP are currently leading with those small margins. Jessica Ng here to bring us some details on that. Where are you going to take us here?
Well, let's take a look at that first one that the NDP were able to put on the board. Bonnyville, Cold Lake at St. Paul, where Scott Sear is Caitlin Blake leading with 8 votes right now. And it's early. Look at how low these numbers are. But the NDP right now is leading in that specific riding. Calgary Varsity now, where Jason Copping, just 1 vote. Is it a lead when it's that small? Technically it's a lead, but it is so small. Let's take a look now at Calgary Northwest, where Rajan Sani, again, leading with 1 vote. It almost makes you scratch your head. You would think, would they batch them together with later votes to make maybe bigger piles? I don't know.
I think you're going to have to Elections Alberta in a question.
Hey, what's going on here? Well, in Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview, the number's a little bit higher. The UCP leading with 2 votes over Peggy Wright and the NDP. This would be a surprising change if this were the final kind of picture in Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview. But we'll find out what that final picture looks like. It's going to take a bit of time.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Fortress Edmonton, obviously, for the NDP. We would be surprised if any of the seats turned blue. Casey Madu with a shout in Southeast. We'll have to keep our eye on that one. Varsity was an interesting one that just popped up. Jason Copping leading by 1 vote. He's in for a tough fight there. So only won by about 600 votes in 2019. And if, in fact, the UCP can hold on to that seat, it tells you it's going to be a good night for the UCP, because the NDP very hopeful. And someone who knows all about NDP hopes on a night like tonight is someone who's standing by with Julia Wong down at NDP headquarters at the West End in downtown Edmonton. Julia, who do you have with you?
Well, Rob, with me right now is Cheryl Oates. She's a senior advisor with the NDP campaign, who's joining us to chat a little bit about how things went for the NDP over the last 4 weeks. Cheryl, tell me, what do you think worked for the NDP over the last 4 weeks?
Sure. I think there's a couple of things that worked for the NDP on this campaign. One is a really positive forward offer focused on the things that Albertans care about. One, making sure we fix the healthcare system and getting everyone a family doctor, making life more affordable and getting bills under control, and then, of course, a real costed plan to build an economy of the future. And then the second is kind of a funny one, a stable, credible, competent government, which has not been what Alberta has had for the past 4 years and may not be that novel, but it's something that I think all Albertans are looking for.
At the same time, though, there was a lot of focus, as we talked about, on leadership, character, integrity, and there were lots of negative campaigns that went out about Danielle Smith's, past comments, her record. Are there any concerns that going hard on being negative against Smith backfired?
Well, I think we can say confidently that Rachel Notley was out every day talking about her offer to Albertans and working to earn Albertans' trust and keep that trust. If there is a negative narrative around Danielle Smith and the UCP, it is certainly one that they've built themselves through a string of unhelpful comments, of flip-flopping, and a string of unearthed videos where Danielle Smith campaigned throughout her entire career for Albertans to pay out of pocket for health care.
What are you watching for tonight that could potentially signal that there could be change in the air for Alberta?
Yeah, there's a couple of pockets of seats that we're watching closely. Of course, you've talked about the seats that sit around Edmonton, which we call the donut. We expect to come away with some new wins there and hold on to the seat that we have. And then, of course, there are a number of tight seats in Calgary that we'll be watching closely in the north as well as in the south of the city. But we hope to come away with a few seats outside of those two major cities as well.
Now, we're seeing more and more people trickle into this campaign headquarters for tonight, but one person who we're not going to see for a little bit is Rachel Notley. We understand that she's watching the results roll in with her family. But can you give us a sense of how she's feeling right now?
Sure. I think first and foremost, Rachel is feeling extremely, extremely proud of our campaign and our team and everything that we've accomplished over the last 4 years and especially the last 28 days. And in addition to that, I think she's feeling very cautiously optimistic and hopeful about the result tonight.
All right. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Cautious optimism. I feel like that's something we're hearing again and again here at the NDP headquarters in Edmonton. You know, we see some of these early results rolling in, but everyone is watching very closely to those numbers. If we're going to see NDP perhaps be able to cross that threshold, form that majority government, that's something everyone's going to be watching right here in Edmonton.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah, the number to watch, 44 seats. It's there on the scoreboard. First party to that and then holds it is going to win this election. Right now, it's the UCP out in front with 16 leading to the 6 that you see for the NDP. I should caution again, we're only looking at about a couple thousand votes in the system. So we were just listening to Cheryl Oates. So Cheryl Oates, one of the best at spinning in the province, but somebody's got to tell her that, get off the spin cycle, the election's over. In terms of how they did what they did, the NDP in that campaign, and deciding to pull a contrast campaign on leadership, part of that was to send a message to those soft UCP supporters, the red Tories I was referencing earlier, trying to essentially suppress a vote. How does that typically work?
Well, they tried this strategy in 2019 against Jason Kenney. They could see that the NDP had a much more popular leader in Rachel Notley. The thing is voters kind of shrugged and said, we don't really need to like him. We just think he has to be a competent premier. So they've tried the same thing again. We can't tell much by these polls. They're pretty wacky. They're very small, very insignificant. I think we just know that the UCP won the institutional vote. Let's put it that way.
Right.
But this time out, it looks like the NDP will have grown their vote. We're all trying to figure out whether they've grown their vote for enough. So this strategy worked better in 2023 than it worked in 2019, but we're all just sitting here waiting to see if it worked well enough.
Yeah, we're waiting to see where they've grown the vote. That's really the key. As you point out time and again, it's not one election, it's 87. So you can grow your vote till the cows come home in Edmonton. If you're already going to win there, it doesn't mean anything. It's about getting the vote out in those key contest ridings, some of which we were looking at in Calgary. And again, I know it's really early, but I touched on Varsity. I touched on Foothills. If the UCP continues to be out in front there, is it lights out for the NDP?
Yes, I think it is. I mean, we're very concentrated on Glenmore Trail. I jokingly call it the Mason-Dixon line of Calgary. The further north you are in Calgary, the more orange the map is, the more NDP voters, the further south. And Glenmore Trail, which is about 2/3 the way down the city, it runs east and west. If the NDP, if they're going to pull this off, they've got to win ridings south of Glenmore Trail. And if the UCP can win some important ridings north of Glenmore Trail, they're going to be in a really good situation.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Yeah, the NDP essentially hoping for a sweep of the northern part of Calgary. Pretty steep ask in a couple of ridings there, but not impossible. One of the ridings that they had targeted is where Rajan Sawhney is running, and we saw, I think, one poll reporting there a little bit earlier. That's in the northwest. That's where former cabinet minister Sonia Savage decided she would not seek re-election. So Sonia Savage, most recently representing the environment portfolio, before that energy. Rajan Sawhney had retired, said she wasn't going to run again in this election in her eastern Calgary seat, Calgary Northeast, and decided, there might be a safer seat over there on the west, and she's popped up over there. So I'm just sort of putting those things on your radar to think about as the night goes on, as we start to see more votes. So you have a sense of, oh, if we're not keying in on it, you can look at that and think something interesting is happening in that riding. All right, speaking of interest, a lot of interest in the banner, no matter how small the vote. Currently, with a 10 riding lead down at UCP headquarters, because this is what they want to see. It may be early, but it's all about the momentum. It's feeling good on a night like tonight. I'm sure they were nervous down there. It wasn't exactly the smoothest of campaigns, Elise. What are you hearing there in the room?
Yeah, you know, one vote lead doesn't matter. One poll reporting doesn't matter. Early days doesn't matter. You can probably hear behind me. There's a good energy in the crowd tonight. And if you think about what the party has been through over the last few years, they've really been in election mode for about 2 years, right? It was in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic when there was discontent with the former premier and former UCP leader, Jason Kenney. The party started a huge round of infighting. Kenney was eventually turfed as leader, which led to the election by the party of Danielle Smith. And essentially for the last 3 years, with the exception of a couple of polls, they've been trailing the NDP for years. And as you mentioned, there were some blips in this campaign too that had them maybe questioning if they could pull something like this off. So even though it's early on in the night, we don't have a lot of polls and a lot of votes reported yet. If you are the UCP and you are fighting an uphill battle with all of the infighting, with a new leader, a new premier who, had some difficulties in communicating clearly or needing to clarify or correct, you're probably feeling pretty good about the start to this night. And again, I'll repeat the caveat one more time. We really only have a little bit of the vote in a couple of these ridings, but the mood here is good, and if it continues like this, the crowd here is ready to have a good night, Rob.
Yeah, we've pulled well into the thousands now, about 7,000 votes into our system, Elise. Interesting you were talking about the history of that other premier. So many people have already forgotten because it feels like a lifetime ago. It was only 1 year ago that Jason Kenney decided to resign after getting only 51% support at that leadership review. Thank you for reminding us of that. The UCP, with the vote now coming in, and some of this is day of vote, thought by some to favor UCP voters, the fact that a lot of people who are older skew conservative when they vote, and they don't have to work their schedules around an advance opening, that they could do it on the day of. Take a look at the leap that they just took on the board there. 35 ridings is where they're leading in right now. They're less than 10 away from a majority government. We're not anywhere close to that yet tonight, but it is trending in that direction, trending in blue. And it looks like of those 17 seats that are sitting on the board for the NDP right now, a lot of them, not unexpectedly, Jessica, ending up in Edmonton.
Yes, and I want to take you to Edmonton and one riding specifically where the drama is high. Edmonton City Centre tied right now. Could this be somewhere where the UCP could break through? I guess we'll find out shortly, but right now tied. We can't write this drama. That is incredible. Edmonton Castle Downs now, where Nicole Goring right now leading with just one vote over John Zadek. It is early. Again, we're waiting for more of those polls to come in and more of those numbers to come in. Edmonton Ellerslie now, the NDP with a good sizable lead. 400 votes over the UCP, but not surprising because Edmonton, again, strong contingent of NDP MLAs there last time around and likely this time around, but UCP could be making some gains.
Well, certainly they've crossed that threshold. It is early. We keep cautioning people at home to keep that in mind. We don't have a lot of vote, but they're beyond that 44-seat threshold that they need to form government. So they're going to be happy at UCP headquarters. But the NDP picking up vote, and their numbers increasing as well. Look, on election night, it's all about the drama. And when you're watching an election night show on a broadcast like this, you're going to get a sense of the drama. We're building to something here. I don't want to give you false drama. It is still really early. So you're going to see a 47 and a 25. Those numbers are still going to change. We have so few votes into the system. That said, let's take a look, zoom out at a couple of metrics here that really tell the tale. And it kind of goes against what we're seeing in the scoreboard. This is share of the vote. Share of the popular vote. So based on the vote count that we have right in, which is about 7,000 votes, last I heard, the NDP are actually out in front. They're in a scenario right now where they're trailing even though they're winning the popular vote. And that could be the case with the final result tonight. We could see a party actually win this election with less share of the vote. So they're out in front, 53%, just 2 points shy of where the UCP was in 2019 when it won a commanding majority, the UCP trailing. So how does that translate to the seat change? This is where the rubber hits the road, folks. The NDP only up by 3 seats, even with that touch of a lead in the popular vote. The UCP down by 3. So the NDP has to actually gain 20 seats in order to form a majority government. They've got a ways to go. The UCP can afford to lose 19 seats and still hold on to government. So as we say, the samples are small. We're dealing with margins that really, they're not worth Janet Brown's time, really. She's been poo-pooing this as we go. So this is in part informing what I'm telling you. Let's not get too carried away, hey, Janet? But that said, we have some trends developing. So as we watch those numbers move, keep in mind the share of the popular vote, how that will play out, and then the translation into seat count. So let's get a better sense of what's going on with our panelists in terms of being inside their heads right now. It's got to be agonizing for them, Nancy.
You know what? I don't want to put words in their mouths. Is it agonizing?
Yes.
Is it okay? Why do you say that, William?
I thought we had these, record number of advanced polls, and people were going out to the polls, and we're getting just dripples.
Yeah.
1 vote, 2 votes. I think I'm just looking at my own riding with Cyril Turton and Chantel McKenzie. 3 votes counted for Cyril and 2 for Chantel. This is crazy.
I haven't seen this kind of results scenario. Have any of you?
No.
No.
So yeah, this is completely unique. So it's fun. But yeah, we're just waiting for those votes to come in. So like having these votes trickle out like this is a little frustrating, but the votes will be counted. So I'm just curious where the votes are coming in. I'm watching a couple of ridings here like Morinville, St. Albert. I think that's a key one that a lot of folks will be watching. The NDP had that on their NDP or on their seat target list. Right now it's looking good for the UCP and Dale Nally, but we're just curious where some of these votes are coming in right now. So yeah, we'll wait and see, but if you're in the UCP camp, at least you're encouraged. The numbers look good so far, so we'll wait and see how it turns out.
Yeah, I remember back, it was in 2015, I think, and I remember, when the results first started to come in, and it was very what are we seeing here? Because again, that was kind of when the tides turned in Alberta. I don't know. I just feel like tonight I was like, what is the 1, 2, 3 votes? But like you say, we are getting a few more numbers coming in. What about for you, Leah? What are you keeping an eye on? What ridings are you watching right now?
Well, Evan mentioned Morinville, St. Albert. That's a really interesting one. The NDP have Karen Shaw running there, who's a cattle farmer and 4-term councillor for Sturgeon County. So a well-known face, well-liked, and she's been working really hard with a strong team behind her. So you're right, that's definitely a key riding for the NDP's path to victory, and one that I'm pretty interested in watching. And as far as the numbers, it's not time to sort of exhale yet if you're holding your breath. But it's also, we're not taking things too seriously as we see things trickle in with 1 and 2 votes. We're looking at small percentage of the overall vote. So lots of time for things to shift here.
Yeah. Angela, I'm curious, any desire to enter provincial politics at this point, seeing this result, feeling this stress, seeing what's happening? Not yet?
No, I'm quite happy sitting at the municipal level. Thank you very much. But one riding that I'm watching here is West Yellowhead. That's in my area, just to the west of me, and it's showing right now NDP with a significant lead, with about 1,000 votes in. So that one, I'm going to be keeping an eye on moving forward. I anticipated blue pretty well across rural Alberta, so this is an interesting one for me.
If I could jump in there, Nancy,
Yes,
I think one of the things to watch too when numbers come in is where are they coming in for. West Yellowhead has Jasper as part of its Jasper's in the riding, just like Banff Kananaskis down south. Banff will be an NDP strength. Jasper is an NDP strength in West Yellowhead. Let's wait and see when Edson starts rolling in, when other parts of the riding roll in. But yeah, this is part of the fun of watching the numbers come in. Is you're trying to figure out where did they come from, what can we learn from that.
See, this is why we have you here. This is the conversation. And I'm sorry you don't have a camera on us the whole time, because again, it's interesting to hear your different perspectives and to be able to provide that. And again, as we're looking at that map, I know Jessica has been immersed in it over the past few weeks, ever since this campaign started. So I'm interested to hear how that's shaking down, what it looks like when we look at that map of Alberta, because again, it's a very different story if you look from the north to the south and in the main centers, rural, urban. It all tells a story as to what we're going to see tonight, or what we could see tonight. I'm really interested to see how it plays out, Rob.
Okay, well, let's get into some of those details, Nancy. You teed me up nicely. We have 11,000 votes now into the system, and Nancy was talking about the difference between the urban vote and the rural vote, largely expected to go UCP. Give us a snapshot of what's happening in so-called rural. I don't want to lump all of the smaller centers, so your Grand Prairies, Lethbridge, Red Deer, Medicine Hats, those types of communities into rural, but outside of the big urban centers. Do you have a sense of what's going on?
Yes, and it's not all going blue right now. Okay, let's start in Livingstone-Macleod, where we are seeing Kevin Van Tighe right now with a lead, just squeaking by, a lead of 13 votes right now, but this is a win, but it's still early. Remember that? Cypress Medicine Hat, where the UCP are taking a lead of nearly 300 votes over the NDP. And now let's take a look at Camrose, where Jackie Lovely, a past parliamentary secretary, leading with 58 votes. That's a respectable lead at this point, especially as we're starting to see some of these earlier numbers. And now we're actually getting into, shortly we'll be getting into today's vote, I believe.
Yeah, some of the today's vote has already been mixed into our numbers. So 11,000 votes cast. We're starting to see some of today's votes.
This is the big stuff.
It is the big stuff. Thank you, Jessica. A little curious that the advance vote hasn't dumped altogether first, but you know, it's new for Elections Alberta, doing it this way through the tabulators, figuring it out. So we'll give them a little bit of time. No one's in a hurry. This is how democracy works. We take our time. I want to pick up on something that Leah pointed out. And first Evan, then Leah. That riding of Morinville, St. Albert. So it really, and we talked, Leah highlighted Karen Shaw, really illustrated something that I noted earlier, that the NDP took their time in courting candidates, and they went after, in many parts of the province, urban, rural, people who had a record of being elected. We're seeing a lot of county councillors, some city councillors running. So that name recognition when you go into a ballot box. You're a researcher. Does that make a difference?
Oh, it's huge. You know, in 2015, there were so many people that the NDP elected who were, what we call them as names on a ballot, right? These were people who were elected who never thought when they put their name forward that they would be elected. And they didn't have a lot of experience. And the government sort of stumbled out of the great gate in 2015. And the Rachel Notley chose not to replace too many of those people in 2019 and then subsequently lost that election. Now, the NDP has been so thoughtful in courting candidates. And I think it was a real missed opportunity for them in this campaign not to focus on the quality of the candidates they had. By focusing so much on Smith, I think a lot of voters don't realize how many people now are running for the NDP that have this past experience, that have really good solid name recognition in the ridings where they're running.
Focusing on them how? What would they do? They would elevate them in advertising alongside the leaders sort of thing? Or what do you...
Well, I was always waiting for that shot of Danielle Smith with all her candidates behind her, demonstrating...
Or Rachel Notley.
Rachel Notley with all those candidates behind her, you know, just demonstrating how diverse they were in terms of gender, in terms of ethnicity, you know, just focusing on how many business people they had, how many lawyers, how many people with medical professions behind them. I was just waiting for Notley to put the spotlight on what her team looked like, because that could have been an important contrast, and they did put so much work into putting a high quality slate of candidates together.
Yeah, it's a good point. So we have 10 ridings still to report, though we don't have a lot of vote from the 77 ridings that have.
I'm going to say we've got maybe like 6 or 8 ridings with enough numbers there to really, you know, like literally we've got just handfuls up here. So
okay, we're not getting super excited. I can tell you that we have about 49 ridings where we have some pretty close margins, less than 200 votes in those ridings. So this was expected to be a super tight race. It perhaps doesn't look that way on that scoreboard right now, but I mentioned the share of the vote earlier. In spite of that scoreboard, in terms of the popular vote, what we saw was the NDP was out in front. So that's telling you a bit of a story of how things are unfolding so far. Whether that holds, again, still early, not seeing a lot of vote. We are seeing some results worth talking about, and that's what you're here for. So I'm always curious. Where are you taking us?
Well, you were talking about the ridings where the margin is really close. Let's talk about the ones where it is not that situation at all. Jasvir Diol right now leading with going on 1,000 votes in Edmonton Meadows over the UCP at this point. And let's take a look at Morinville St. Albert right now. Dale McNally with a 300 vote lead over the NDP. Remember, the NDP are really, they were trying during this campaign to really expand beyond into the Edmonton donut. Not the case in Morinville St. Albert. West Yellowhead, we heard in one of our panels earlier, Fred Kreiner with a 472 vote lead over the UCP. Again, these are some of the earlier numbers, but that's a sizable lead. That is a respectable lead. And the UCP in that riding in particular have to be feeling pretty good.
With full 4 polls reporting. So that caveat attached to it as well. Okay, thanks, Jessica. Stay on top of all of that. Nancy was talking about all the research you're doing. She's been there herself. It's an onerous task. You're doing a great job. All right, let's touch base with Elise Von Schiel, who's down at UCP headquarters, Stampede Park in Calgary. And I know you have a guest with you, and no doubt the incumbent, the candidate for Calgary West, feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I should say so. Mike Ellis over here, candidate for Calgary West, is doing the rotisserie for the media tonight. So we're happy to have him here. How are you feeling tonight, Mike?
Thanks. You know, I'm feeling good. I mean, cautiously optimistic, of course. As I was saying, this is my 4th campaign. But you know, you take nothing for granted, and you work to the very end.
You talked about it being your 4th campaign. How have you seen this one be different or maybe shift from what you're used to? You know, the party's gone through a little bit of turmoil, and there were some questions at the start of the campaign as to whether it could kind of coalesce around the new leader.
Yeah. Well, yes, I mean, the party, you know, COVID, and I know a lot of folks don't like to talk about that, but I mean, COVID was a very controversial subject, and for everybody, quite frankly, right around the world. But yeah, I mean, we saw a real turning point at the leaders' debate, quite frankly. We saw that shift at the doors. We saw a very positive trajectory shortly afterwards, and that was exemplified, quite frankly, when we had that rally out in Tsuut'ina Nation, where we had, you know, organically, you know, over 2,000 people show up to that. And that was, you know, when I had people from Calgary West saying, hey, I heard about this, and I'm showing up, and, you know, I really felt the momentum going our way at that point.
If the campaign is successful, and if you guys win, if you go back into government, what would you attribute that success to? What do you think made the difference, if indeed that is the result?
Well, I would say hope and optimism, quite frankly. I mean, you know, we didn't run a campaign on fear and smear. I mean, really, we talked about, you know, mental health and addictions. I mean, something that is near and dear to my heart. Public safety, again, near and dear to my heart. And letting, you know, the public know that, you know, jobs, the economy, making sure that we can provide affordability and continue to provide affordability to Albertans. You know, I would say just collectively, just a more positive run campaign is really what I would attribute that to.
And I have to ask you, if you had to put a number on it, what do you think we're at tonight?
Oh my, I know you're going to ask that. A lot of your other colleagues have asked me that too, and really, your guess is honestly as good as mine. I will just say this, I'll stick to my talking point on this. I am cautiously optimistic though. Thank you.
Perfect. That's Calgary West candidate and former Minister of Public Safety before the legislature dissolved, Mike Ellis. So we'll bring you lots more from UCP HQ as the results continue to come in. The mood continues to be pretty positive here, as you can kind of hear the applause kicking up behind me. Back to you in the studio, Rob.
Thanks, Elise. Yeah, Mike Ellis has reason to be optimistic based on what we're seeing, not only on the scoreboard there, the UCP leading in 49 ridings right now, though the NDP is picking up. You can see it at 32. But I want to emphasize just how close some of these races are at this hour. So we have 50 ridings in the province right now where the margin between two candidates is 20 votes or less. All right, that said, let's take a look at the popular vote. Share of the vote. This is switched up. So just a few minutes ago, it was the NDP out in front. The UCP is now out in front with 52% of the popular vote. Remember, they secured victory in 63 seats in 2019 with 55% of the popular vote. The NDP, though, they have dipped. They're doing a lot better than they did in 2019. They were only sitting around 33% of the popular vote in 2019. So what does that translate to in terms of seat change? That's the brass tacks here, folks. It means that the NDP are up 10. I'll remind you, they need to be double that in order to form government. They need a gain of 20 seats in order to get to that magic number 44 in order to claim victory tonight. The UCP can afford to lose. 19 seats. And right now, in spite of that scoreboard at the bottom, they're not trending in a direction that they'll want to see. It hasn't dipped dramatically, but that it's dipped at all will be of concern. That they haven't breached the 50-seat mark yet in terms of the count, even though we haven't seen a lot of vote. And we did hear that tone of optimism coming from Mike Ellis, and you expect a lot of people are feeling good that they're out in front. It is early, and with those margins being so tight in so many ridings, Jessica, we're nowhere near the complete picture here. That's it. Let's drill down on the picture here in the Capital Region. What have you got for us?
Okay, let's start with Edmonton Riverview. Right now, we are seeing that Laurie Sigurdsson, who's held this riding since 2015, leading with 34 votes. That's not very much, almost just squeaking by for the lead in that riding. And now we'll take a look at Leduc Beaumont, where the NDP holding strong, 586 votes over the NDP. Again, this is where the NDP wanted to be making strides, and that's not what's happening right now. Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville, 69 vote lead for the UCP in that riding so far. So right now it looks like that Edmonton donut is staying largely blue, a little bit of orange, but largely blue. What does that mean for everything else? I feel like there's a lot more people in this room who are going to provide some excellent analysis.
Yeah, Jenna Brown being one of them, and I do want to go to Jenna, but first, in just a second, we're going to get some analysis, thank you, Jessica, from a retired poli-sci prof who's with Julia Wong at NDP headquarters here in Edmonton. So, Julia, who do you have alongside you who's no longer tethered to tenure and has to worry about speaking for the institution and give us the frank view of what's going on here tonight?
Yeah, we are going to get some honest analysis tonight from Gerson Dax. He's a retired political science professor from the University of Alberta, who is also a NDP supporter. That's where we met him, obviously, at this NDP campaign headquarters in downtown Edmonton. Thank you so much for joining us, Gerson. I want to pick your brain a little bit because we never really see two-party races in this province. I mean, talk to me about that.
Well, there are two very different visions of the province that seem to be relatively close in strength, and that kind of encourages people to pick one or the other rather than to park their vote in a place where it's going to be irrelevant. So I think that sucked the energy out of all of the other parties. And at the same time, the alternative parties do not have the kind of financing that the UCP and the NDP have, nor do they have leader name recognition. So it's difficult to attract new voters.
Is this what we can expect moving forward in Alberta elections? Is this the new normal where we see simply two-party races?
I suspect so, because no matter what happens, I mean, you know, in my mind, unfortunate circumstance that the NDP are not successful, they will have strengthened themselves. They will have demonstrated their credibility to an increased number of voters, and will have an excellent launch pad for the next time round.
I want to chat with you a little bit about how the campaign went. What do you think worked, what didn't work for both parties?
I think that the UCP was able to better position itself on economic questions. I think that it suffered in terms of simply the reliability of its leadership and the appearance of extremism, and a willingness to translate that extremism into legislative and executive action, which a lot of people, myself included, found quite frightening.
So obviously you have that political science insight, but for you personally, what is at stake here with this election?
Well, a number of things are at stake. I mean, healthcare. I mean, after 4 years of the UCP being in power, our health system is facing a calamity. And I have grandchildren, and I don't want them to have to wait 17 hours at the stollery to be seen when they are suffering. So that's one concern. Another concern is the new curriculum that my grandchildren are going to be, quote unquote, educated under. And I think it's not a preparation for the decades ahead. It would have been excellent in the 1950s, but that's not the set of skills that young people need as they enter the labor force. So that's just also the environment, which has not figured at all in the election, which is certainly disappointing, and makes one wonder what the future for environmental protection is in the next term.
Thank you so much for your insight, Kirsten. Definitely really interesting analysis because you have that background, obviously, in political science, and we're speaking with you as an NDP supporter, so you're able to shed lights on lots of different things. Thank you so much for your insight. Back to you, Rob.
Thanks, Julia. The UCP crossing a bit of a mental barrier now, as you can see on your scoreboard. They're in the 50-seat range, leading by 18 seats. We have a 32 count for the NDP. So heading upwards is where the UCP vote is going, and part of that is being driven, of course, by the share of the vote. We talked about that board earlier. I want to bring pollster Janet Brown in the conversation, because when we see that share of the vote board, and I think we have it, what you'll note there is not only is the UCP out in front, but the NDP nipping at the heels. What has collapsed, Janet?
Well, I think Elections Alberta has collapsed.
Well, aside from that.
I mean, we're 1 hour in, and they barely delivered 2% of the vote to us.
Yes.
So I know we're trying to make a lot out of it. And I mean, no, I predicted 52-44. I'd like to gloat, but even I can't think that this 2% of the vote is a good way to judge how this night is going to play out.
Okay, that's it. Play ball with me. What has collapsed is the Alberta Party vote based on that very small sample that we're dealing with. And so what I'm wondering about is, where do you think that's gone? 9% they got in 2019.
Okay, let's play it out that this is going to be a good representation of the night. What it means is that the UCP has held on to most of the vote they had in 2019. So Danielle Smith has managed to shore up the UCP base. The NDP is doing a lot better than they did in 2019, and that mainly comes from the fact that the other parties that were stronger in 2019 that have virtually collapsed now, like the Alberta Party and the Liberal Party, the NDP has managed to shore up that vote. So Rachel Notley is owning the anybody but the UCP vote. Is it going to be enough?
Is it going to be enough? Because yes, 33% is what the NDP had in 2019. So they're over that threshold of 44 right now. You do the math, 9, they're picking up the other party vote. But what they really need is they need to get that soft Tory vote.
They needed to erode the UCP vote, and as I said, based on these numbers, it doesn't look like they've been very successful. These people we called the reluctant Tories, the reluctant UCP voters, the people who saw themselves traditionally as conservatives but were put off enough by Danielle Smith. As I said, if these numbers hold, it looks like there weren't enough of those to make a difference.
Okay, you started us off with the little shots fired at Elections Alberta. What do you make of the fact that we're not seeing, traditionally, we're well into tens of thousands of votes by now, and we're supposed to get them a lot sooner tonight.
So we've seen virtually no hand-counted votes. Now, what was different this time was at advanced ballots, it was an automated ballot. And so those things should be machine counted. Now, is this some sort of Flintstone-era machine? Because, like, you know...
I was told that they're having to crack the machines first, and that there may actually be a hand count going on after that. So not as expected?
No.
What's the point of the machine then, right?
No, what's the point of the machine? My understanding was there'd be a bit of a delay, but when the numbers came, they'd come rolling in. So an hour in, and we were supposed to have 750,000 votes, bang, bang, bang. Where are they? When are we going to get them? And then obviously something's going on with these machine counted ballots because we're not getting the hand count either. So, things come in slowly. It's hard to see trends, but, we're an hour in, and I don't know if you're getting an explanation from Elections
we're told
Alberta,
that they're verifying
but
currently.
something has definitely fallen off the rails.
Yeah, and so to underscore the point, things could change really dramatically when a lot of vote starts coming in.
Right.
But as it stands now, we're seeing the UCP at that mental threshold of 50 seats. So if that holds, that's a pretty respectable number for Danielle Smith. She held the line. They were expecting to lose some seats. This is expected to be the closest election, but perhaps that Alberta has ever seen. And the riding by riding fight where the knives are out is going to happen in Calgary, battleground Calgary. So both parties vying for as many votes as possible there, because it could decide things tonight. You have a snapshot of what's been going on in that city.
Yes, and before we look at that snapshot, let's take a look at what it looked like in 2019 at the last vote. So this was the distribution of orange and blue, not too much orange, just 3 of the 26 ridings for the NDP. And now, this time around, this is what it's looking at with not just about 9% of the polls reporting. A lot more orange filling in, but not necessarily, again, the support for the NDP in other parts of the province that they would be hoping for. Let's start at where this is looking like in particular. Calgary-Bow now with Minister of Advanced Education, Dimitrios Nicolaitis, right? with a 30-vote lead over Drew Farrell, longtime city councillor in Calgary. Let's take a look at the next result in Calgary Edgemont, where Prasad Panda leading with just a slim 18 votes. But look, not many votes have actually been counted in this specific riding. So it feels bizarre at this point of the night to be saying it's early, but it is early in terms of how many votes have been counted. Calgary Northwest and Rajan Sawhney, well-known name within the UCP, leading with 60 votes over the NDP. This is the picture that we're seeing right now. That's why you're seeing a lot more orange on that map within Calgary, but still a lot of the story to come.
Yeah, can I jump in on your map
Absolutely.
and highlight a couple of things so they stand out to me, Jessica? Thank you for that. So the UCP has had so much blue in this city, given that the NDP only had 3 ridings going into this, right? They were inner city. They were Buffalo, they were Mountain View, they were McCall, Buller-McCall. So right now what we're looking at is they're kind of holding what was expected. What they needed was the suburbs. They needed this part of the north in particular to go orange. But they are making some interesting, although it's early, incursions into the south of Calgary. So this is Fish Creek, if I'm not mistaken. This is west, where we just heard Mike Ellis talking. This is a riding that's gone traditionally Tory blue for a long time. So it's so kind of misleading at this hour with so few votes in, where you see areas where the NDP thought they had things wrapped up, still sitting in UCP blue, and then areas that should be strongholds for the UCP going orange. All of this to say we're a little confused and we need some clarity, which means we need some more votes. So I'm going to let you get back to seeing what
Thank you for the lesson. I love that.
You know, I live there, so it's a lot easier for me to walk through that. Thanks, Jessica. I don't mean to tread on your territory. Let's get back to the panel, because I know they're looking at that map. They're both very familiar. Leah and Evan, who lives in Calgary for sure, very familiar with the knife-by-knife fight, riding-by-riding fight that I was referencing there, Nancy. What are they noticing with this limited count right now that's standing up for them?
Mm-hmm. That is actually what we have been talking about, because as we're looking at these small numbers coming in, something that has stood out to our panelists is that we're not really seeing anything at all from Calgary. I don't know if that's changed. Is there anything coming in from Calgary yet?
Yeah, we're still waiting for a lot of information to come out of Calgary. Like we talked about earlier, Morinville, St. Albert, and I only bring it up again because we've actually seen some substantive votes there. That's a bit of a bellwether riding, so I think the UCP have reasons to be optimistic so far, but there are a lot of, like, we just talked about Calgary West. That would be an absolute shocker if that goes NDP, but there's very little votes out there. You know, we're talking about other ridings too, like I'm looking on the board. Cardston-Siksika is currently labeled for the NDP. That's highly unlikely to be that way at the end of the night. So there's a few ridings there that we'll see those numbers shift on the board pretty quick. Whether the trend holds, we'll wait and see, but as anxious as our friend Janet upstairs to see some more votes come in.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to do something a little bit daring, and I'm going to move away from Calgary for this discussion. I know. I'm interested. Okay, so what does the vote mean? What does this mean for the areas outside of the major centers? What are you watching for, and what are you hoping is going to be kind of like the first thing that you can talk about after this election?
Okay. Well, definitely Alberta is just more than Calgary. Sorry about that. Well, for this whole election, talk about battlefield Calgary, and it's not. It's actually battlefield Alberta. I appreciate that both the NDP and the UCP, promise dollars that go into Calgary and supporting that aging infrastructure, changing around, building economic development. That's awesome, but other municipalities still need that as well. Right? Personally, I can say, for myself in Stony Plain, we need a rec center. The last one we built was in 1967. So 53 years ago was the last time that we built a rec center within the town of Stony Plain. And that was done with the collaboration of the Canadian government, the provincial government, and the municipality. Right? So if there's going to be money that's going to be handed out during this whole, nomination, give me the vote stuff. Like if an idea is good before the election, it should be good after the election. So the idea of supporting municipalities, I 100% support that. So show me the money.
Mm-hmm. You haven't had a rec center since then.
100%. So that's why, and our population has, tripled since then, and just the surrounding area.
Wow. So, yeah. And again, demand has obviously increased. What about you, Angela?
Yeah, the rest of Alberta is going to be looking for equality. So if there's a whole bunch of funding announcements that were made in Calgary, and there were, the UCP promised $33 million for not an arena, I'm told, but infrastructure around an arena. We saw the NDP come in with quite a large number for recreation and other investments into Calgary. We didn't see a lot of announcements for rural Alberta. And what I think is interesting here is that Calgary we keep talking about battleground Calgary. So we had both parties in Calgary making promises, trying to buy those votes. And it really shows that if you're always voting exactly the same and consistently blue or consistently orange, nobody has to work for your vote, and they don't. So it would be interesting to see if we had some toss-up ridings, how that would shift things in the next election to try and get a little bit more equality when it comes to campaign promises.
It is, you make a really good point. Like you say, like this is for all of Alberta, right? We aren't just looking for the two main centers, we are looking for the entire province. And again, it is a large province, right, from the north to the south and to the other borders as well. And Leah, I'm kind of keeping my eye on the bottom here to see what those numbers are doing. And again, still looking at 1-2 votes in some areas. What are you seeing?
It's just too soon. So, I don't want to read anything into numbers that are this low. I think right now we can look to other signals perhaps to try and get a sense of how things might be shaping up. One thing that I think is worth talking about is the days immediately before today when we saw the activities of the leaders or some of their star endorsers. So, for example, where was Rachel Notley stopping on her last day of campaigning? Because that signals where they think they need the extra support or they want to keep momentum going. We can talk about the UCP having Harper, one of their strongest endorsers, show up in Calgary Pagan. That's a signal that they might be feeling nervous in a place like that. Of course, not showing up on the board yet, but those are the signals that I think are really interesting to watch in the absence of the actual votes that we're all desperately waiting for.
Right. Yeah. Well, and we're saying, I mean, I've covered a few elections in Alberta, and I have never seen these kind of numbers. And Rob, I'm curious, you have covered a few more elections than I have.
I know you're going to do it. Yeah, a couple.
Sorry. But have you ever seen anything like this before?
In terms of how long it's getting the vote, yeah, we've never seen anything quite like this. So we're more than an hour after the polls close, Nancy. We should have a lot more vote than we do. Something's clearly going on. It's been 13 minutes since we've had any new results from Elections Alberta. So Janet Brown is loading up her pistols. Forget about shots fired earlier. She's going to come hard at you, Elections Alberta. Let's get things rolling here. People need to know what we're seeing right now. I can tell you, 50 on the board for the UCP, 32 where they are leading. It's kind of misleading because we have 45 ridings out there where the margin between the candidates is less than 20 votes. So as more polls start to report and then Elections Alberta starts to tell us what those results are, things are still going to shift. Nevertheless, it is important to underscore, and I'll do this again, that we all need to be patient because this is the process. But it is really unusual at this point, Jessica, that we're not able to sort of give you a fuller picture with the hard data of where things are going right now. So I mentioned some of those races that are really close, and you've been looking at that in the absence of any new information coming in. Tell us how that's breaking down.
Okay, so let's take a look first at Edmonton Southwest. An interesting riding because Casey Madu actually held this riding last time. It was the only UCP-held riding within the capital city. And look, three-time school trustee Nathan Ip right now leading. The numbers are low, remember, but it's still leading. Edmonton Whitemud, Raki Pancholi, opposition critic for the NDP, leading right now with 17 votes over the UCP. And now to Lethbridge East, where Rob Miyashiro is just leading with a single vote. This, obviously, the numbers are going to go much higher as these votes are counted and we get a better idea of what the story is going to end up being in these ridings. But if they stay the way that they are right now, it's going to be an interesting 4 years. Yeah,
that Lethbridge East, another great example of the NDP recruiting a candidate who had a record of elected office, right? So Miyashiro having sat on council there. Thank you, Jessica. So in terms of what's going on, Elections Alberta has told the consortium that distributes the information to us that everything is going as according to plan. So if we're getting a little hot on the collar, they're saying just chill out, people. We'll get there. We'll get there in due time. So put the gun back in the holster.
Oh no,
now.
you've got to give me a chance to complain.
All
I've
right.
got no other talking point.
Here she is, Elections Alberta.
If this is going to plan, this was a horrible plan.
Full stop.
Full stop. Full stop. Like, I mean, the polls that are reporting so far, we got 1, 2, 3. Like you said, these are probably prisons. These are.
We've seen tabulators used before, right, at the municipal level. So it was a bit of a flawed launch in Calgary's municipal election. A couple of cycles ago, it was pretty bad. They learned a lesson.
This reminds me of Calgary 2017. I remember filling up hours on air to try and explain that one. But that was very high voter turnout. There was no automated counting. We sort of, things weren't coming in, but we knew why they weren't coming in. So there's like, what sort of stymies me here is we don't have the machine counted ballots. We don't have the hand counted ballots. Even hand counted ballots would be starting to roll in at this point of the night.
Does it help if I tell you we've got 57,000 votes in the system now out of, potentially 2 million eligible voters?
Yeah, it's...
We're getting there. All right, based on that 57,000, which is a massive sample size for any pollster, they would never be able to afford to do that, right?
No.
We'd have to pay you a lot of money to spend time in the field getting 57,000 people
But
on
the
the
reason
phone.
as a pollster we can get away with a sample of 1,000 or 1,200.
I'm just saying, we've got a lot of votes compared to what you work with, so we can extrapolate.
But let me make this important point.
All right.
When it comes to polling, a sample of 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, the reason that works is because we try and make sure that it's a truly random sample.
You weight it.
I only wait a little bit.
Oh.
But we try to make sure that it's a truly random sample and representative. And as Evan said, we don't know where these numbers are coming in. So yes, it's 57,000, but we've got no idea whether it's representative or not.
Okay, fair enough. See what you've done to us, Elections Alberta? We're getting lost in polling methodology conversations. These are conversations we have off air. All right, what I was trying to get at is 57,000 votes tells us at least some trends. So let's take a look once again at share of the vote. This is the popular vote, and the UCP is surging out on that front. So given the limited amount of vote we have right now, they're actually above what they achieved in 2019 with the popular vote being 55% when they did see 63 seats. And the NDP has dropped a little bit here. They're back into the 30 range. They were 33 in 2019. They really need to get it up there if they're going to be competitive. Now, the vote spread at the bottom is telling you the tale, 53 to 32 on the scoreboard. Let's take a look at the seat change. So this is what's going on. NDP up by 9. They need 11 more seats to win a majority. The UCP down by 9. They were down by 10 last time we checked in. So they're trending in the right direction here. They can afford to lose 19 seats and still hang on to power. So we may see a diminished majority government, but still a decisive majority government for the UCP tonight. But it is, we will emphasize once again, pretty early and unusual. And I'm going to back away from Janet slowly and thanks, Janet.
Thanks.
And take things over to Julia Wong, who's at NDP headquarters. With a face that you wouldn't associate with the New Democrats in recent years, a former PC cabinet minister, speaking of shots fired, he's been firing a lot of shots in Danielle Smith's direction throughout this campaign, Julia.
Oh, he certainly has, and he would probably be perhaps the last person you would expect to see at an NDP headquarters on election night. But here he is standing right beside me, Thomas Lukazik, former Deputy Premier with the Progressive Conservatives, but throwing his support behind the NDP in this particular election. Thomas, tell us, what was the reasoning for that?
It wasn't a difficult decision at all this time. I had the pleasure of sitting across the aisle both from Rachel Notley and Danielle Smith, and simply you can't compare the two leaders to each other. With Rachel Notley, we would disagree from time to time on matters of policy, but we had the same core values, values that I imagine most Albertans share. The rule of law, evidence-based policy, science. Same cannot be said about Danielle Smith. Plus, as Jason Kenney says, and not many will ever have me quote Jason Kenney, he, as he said, insane are running the asylum right now. Danielle Smith has taken the party so far to the sort of populist radical right that people like myself, who are centrist, progressive conservatives, no longer could affiliate ourselves with that. And for the benefit of the province, supporting Rachel was the right thing to do.
Now, you certainly were not alone in throwing your support behind the NDP. You had former Attorney General Jim Foster support the NDP candidate in Red Deer. You also had Doug Griffiths say that he was backing the NDP in this election. Tell me, what difference do you think the support of yourself and those other folks, what difference do you think that made?
I'm proud of my progressive conservative colleagues that decided to make that decision. I hope it gave this campaign a little bit more momentum, and I hope it normalized what should be normal, that you should be looking at the parties, you should be looking at leaders, you should be looking at candidates, and vote for best reflects your values. People telling me I can't support anything other than conservative because I am a conservative, I don't know what that means. You weren't baptized a conservative. It is not a religion. It's not treasonous. You look at the platform, and if there is another party that better reflects your values, why would you vote against that? So I'm hoping that with passage of time, Albertans will start being more critical voters and analyze the platforms as opposed to having this tribal sense of belonging.
And for you, is this a one-time thing that you're throwing your support behind the NDP, or is this going to be a long-term trend for yourself?
For me, elections will be one time at a time. I'll be looking at all the political parties next time, and I'll be looking at their platforms. If there is something of a revival of true progressive conservatism, I'll give it a consideration. But at this point in time, Rachel probably came in the closest to what was normally considered to be progressive conservatism. As a matter of fact, Danielle Smith said that Rachel is closer to Premier Lougheed than Danielle Smith herself.
All right, thank you so much for sharing what was going on inside your head when you decided that you would support Rachel Notley and the NDP. And as you can hear behind me, more results have been rolling in. It definitely is turning into a little bit of a party atmosphere here at the NDP headquarters in downtown Edmonton.
Thanks, Julia. Yeah, we have about 65,000 votes in the system now. Still hundreds of thousands to be counted. So we know where Thomas Lukaszuk sits with his vote. We still don't know where, eligible 2 million, somewhere around there, Albertans could have cast their ballots. We know for sure that 750,000 did in the advance, and we are still waiting. So you may notice on the scoreboard there, seats to come. We're waiting for any polling results to come out of Rimbey Rocky Mountain House Sundre. So if you missed it earlier, what happened there earlier this morning is there was a failure to launch. Somebody didn't know if it opened the office at the polling station on time at one particular polling station, and that means according to the rules, they've got to allow a certain window for everybody to have an equal opportunity to vote. So in the entire riding there, they're holding off on reporting anything until they have a sense of whether or not everyone has gone through that polling station. We were told prior to getting on air at 7:30 that would be about 9:45 or so where we'd start to see results from that riding, Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House, Sundre. That may be in line with where we're seeing major results from other ridings that have been reporting at this point. So we're having a bit of a sense here of where the trend lines are going. We talked about the popular vote, share of the vote. We talked about the seat change. We see our scoreboard there, the UCP leading 53 to 33 NDP. Let's get granular on where some of those UCP pickups might come from. And I emphasize might because an hour and a half in, Jessica, we have yet to project anyone elected in this election.
I know.
But give us a sense of where the UCP's strengths are.
Yes, okay, so let's take a look at Drumheller-Stettler first off to start off. Now we're looking at Nate Horner, the most recent Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation, leading with 1,500 votes, quite sizable lead at this point. And now let's take a look at Muskogee-Wetaskiwin. Rick Wilson with an 1,800 vote lead. He's a well-known name within this area, former county councillor for the county of Wetaskiwin, so not necessarily a surprise. And now let's look at Peace River, where Dan Williams is leading with 2,300 votes over the NDP. So if you're wondering, how did the UCP get to what's looking like 53 seats? Well, there's 3 of them right there, and it's looking pretty favorable in those ones pretty sizable leads, and quite a number of polls reporting their results already.
A lot of Albertans still waiting to find out what's happening in their ridings though, right? Thank you for that snapshot, Jessica, I appreciate it. And some of those voters have been speaking with CBC throughout this campaign. Janet Brown has been conducting focus groups for us. So we get a random sampling of some people who maybe popped up in focus groups in prior elections that we've leaned on, and some new faces. And Nancy Carlson had a chat with some of those voters prior to getting on the air at 8 o'clock here, and she's going to touch base with them, as you can see again. I wonder if they're getting as impatient as Janet is, Nancy.
Well, really, Rob, there's only one way to find out. I am curious. So we have our voters from across the province. Kismet is in Medicine Hat. Amelia's in Edmonton. Hayes is in Grand Prairie. And then Sunil is in Calgary. So hello. Thank you so much for your patience with these election results. How is everyone doing?
I think everyone's impatiently waiting.
Yeah, exactly. Kismet, I want to go back to something that you said earlier. So we were talking about, you had mentioned that what you're looking at is affordability in this election and that no party has really kind of met your expectations. What could whoever is elected this evening, what could they do to help you when it comes, what are you looking for when it comes to affordability?
A more long-term plan for stability for the average Albertan.
What does that look like?
There's been a lot of Band-Aid fixes and a lot of reactionary things to various crises that have come up, like with the pandemic and then with the fires and everything. And rather than reacting and trying to scramble to get people what they're needing, there needs to be some sort of system and policies in place to where when or if this happens, we're already prepared, to where there isn't this ongoing housing crisis that a lot of people are ignoring, to where we're prepared for that too. And a lot of that does start with fixing the healthcare system and getting a lot of the underlying conditions dealt with so that we have a healthier province.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that is one of the big topics that we have heard from voters going into tonight is that, again, the economy, cost of living, healthcare, all of those, they're all intertwined. I'm curious too, we were also talking earlier about energy, and obviously Alberta's energy industry is such a driver, such a talker here in the province, obviously. So Sunil, I'm curious as to what could whoever is victorious tonight in this election, what does that look like for you? What can they do to make a difference in the province?
Well, the big thing is they have to work with the federal government. They have to accelerate non-renewable projects like hydrogen and some of the other carbon capture, utilization, and storage projects. They need to also lobby the federal government and work with the federal government on ensuring that Alberta oil is the last barrel of oil that is taken out of the ground. And I think that is the main thing that is going to help move the province forward.
Yeah. Well, I know all of you are watching the results as we are starting to see those numbers come in. Again, it is still very early. We are just seeing still 1 or 2 votes coming in, but a few more coming in into other areas. So we will be checking back in with you shortly. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your perspectives. And again, these perspectives are ones that likely reflect what a lot of you at home are thinking and watching tonight. And that is why we really appreciate having these perspectives.
Absolutely. Great to hear from them. And they are very patient. Much more patient than Janet is right now. Breaking news on an election night is usually in X, Y, Z riding, we can project that somebody's been elected, and then eventually building up to a majority call. Right now, the breaking news that's unfolding is a statement from Elections Alberta. So I want to read this to you. We just got this in. It was printed. It was run into the studio here. We're not seeing any issues at this time, but understand people are keen to see the results. Lots of activity occurring at Elections Alberta to get the results out. That's from Elections Alberta. What do you make of it?
You got to be punking me. There's something going on here, and this is not going to plan. And just tell us it's not going to plan. But as I said, this was going to be a big election because we were going to count advanced ballots through machine voting. We had an automated voting stations and all those advanced things. 750,000 votes. I mean, that could be up to half of the people who have voted today. We don't even know what voter turnout was today. So anyway, you know me, I'm not always patient. And
well, I mean,
this has just been a long month.
At this point in the night, you're right. It's making it even more agonizing because we should be well ahead of where we are.
Yeah.
Where are we in terms of the last time we saw any election results coming in? 10 minutes. So that's unheard of. right? We know how to manually count. What's the problem with the manual count?
Right, and I'm sorry if I'm seeming cranky, but I don't want to over-extrapolate these results. We've hardly seen anything from Calgary now, and you know, I just don't want to make too much of this because there's not enough here. It's not representative across the province.
Yeah, and it's really misleading.
So that's why I'm frustrated.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
And, you know, we have 56 out of the 87 ridings right now where the result is less than 100 votes. Mm-hmm. So totally misleading what we're seeing right now, potentially, right? We have the trend lines that we've been talking about, but the sample size compared to what's to come is still so small. So when Nancy says it's still early, I mean, it's early in terms of the amount of vote we've gotten in, but we're asking for you, as clearly Elections Alberta is, to maintain your patience. Janet, I will as well. Jessica has a lot to say about what's been coming our way, and there are storylines developing. So Jessica, I'll throw it back to you with what you've been working on. You can bring us up to speed, and we'll see if we've got some more vote to talk about by the time we finish with that.
Yes, let's take a look at some of the ridings where ministers were previously sitting. Now, this is a minister without a file, Joseph Shao, leading in Carlson-Siksika with 500 votes over the NDP. And let's take a look now at Lac Saint Anne Parkland, where Shane Getson is leading with 500 votes over the NDP. Now, interesting, this specific riding, it's actually a rematch from O'Neill Carlier and Shane Getson going in 2019. Innisfail Sylvan Lake now with Devin Dreeshen leading with over 600 votes over the NDP. That's the most recent Minister of Transportation. We are keeping an eye on all of these, but as Janet said, as we are hearing, we don't want to make too much of these when we don't have necessarily enough votes to paint the full picture. But from what we are seeing, this is kind of what we're making it from now.
It does remind me of the 2017 Calgary municipal election. I went on the air that night. We were all expecting results to be coming in and be able to get off the air and explain to people what happened. We didn't get any results. And so I'm not going to suggest that's going to happen because we've already seen a lot of results. But it was a nightmare scenario, and it was a new system at that time, and they had to work out the kinks. There's a big report issued, and there were learnings from that. You have to assume that the folks at Elections Alberta were a part of that process, and they did some learning. We're waiting on you. And in the meantime, we've got some voices that we want to hear from. So Julie Wong at NDP headquarters at the Westin in downtown Calgary, or Edmonton rather, sorry. And I'm just looking at the crowd in behind you, and generally they're glued to the screens, but not so much because nothing's moving, Julia. So in the absence of that, let's hear from an incumbent, Janice Irwin, who's standing next to you there.
That's right. So as you were just mentioning, Rob, they are glued to this screen because anytime a riding shows up where there is an NDP candidate leading, well, people here are clapping. They are just excited. You can feel that energy really increasing over the last little bit. But as you mentioned, I do have a guest with us, Janice Irwin, who is the NDP candidate for Edmonton Highlands. Janice, I want to chat with you about what this campaign has been like, because you have been out there the last few months knocking on doors, pounding that pavement. Tell me what that's been like for you.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, it's been a lot different from 2019 when I was a new candidate, and now as an incumbent MLA, I've had the opportunity to really knock on doors all over the province. Of course, I never want to take Highlands North for granted, so I try to be there as much as I can, but, you know, spending a lot of time on the doors in some of our key Calgary ridings and in what we call the donut, so Sherwood Park, St. Albert, Morinville, those areas.
What were you hearing from voters at the door? What were they telling you were the biggest things on their mind?
Yeah, I mean, especially, you know, meeting a lot of undecided folks. One of the things I heard so much at the doors was just from longtime Conservatives who said to us, you know, I've actually never voted NDP, but I don't think I can vote for Danielle Smith and the UCP. And so, you know, I hope a lot of those folks came to us, but I guess we'll see tonight where they laid their vote.
Yeah, it sounds like it was almost confessionals at the door when you were there.
There were a lot of heartfelt conversations for sure. Absolutely. No, and it, you know, a bit of an internal kind of conflict with some folks because, you know, if they've always voted Conservative, it's a shift for them, right?
Yeah, and as we've been talking about all night, and we'll continue to be talking about until we know exactly what's going on, it's going to be such a close race. What do you think is resonating with voters this time around when it comes to the NDP?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I always ask folks when I'm at the doors, you know, what issues are top of mind for you? And not kidding, healthcare, education, the economy, three big issues for sure. And I think Rachel and our team have outlined that those will be priorities for us, absolutely. And like I said, a lot of folks were certainly coming our way in the tight ridings that I was in.
And so we saw in the 2019 election, there were only two parties in the legislature, and there really is only just a two-party race this time around. No matter what the outcome is, how do you see these two parties working together for the benefit of Albertans?
Yeah, I mean, time will absolutely tell, but I did hear at the doors, folks want to see collaboration, and they wanted to see a positive vision from Rachel and from our team, which I think we offered. And so, we're going to have to work together for the benefit of all Albertans. I do think we've seen a bit of polarization. I hear it at the doors. I'm not going to lie, it's not always, kindness at the doors for sure. And so I think Albertans are saying they want us to come together, they want us to work together to build a better province for all. Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Janice, and we're going to be seeing more of Janice and other NDP candidates as we see how the race plays out over the next little while, over the next few hours, as we get more and more results coming in.
We do have some more results coming in. Thank you, Julia. You're teeing me up nicely. We had a big dump of about 50,000 votes, so a data dump that we can extrapolate a little bit more information from. The seat change really hasn't moved that much. It's going to go back and forth on the margins here, but the share of the vote is really what we want to focus in on. So the share of the popular vote. The UCP is now sitting with about 108,000 votes into the system at 56% of the popular vote. I'll repeat that in 2019, they won 63 seats, a commanding majority under Jason Kenney, with 55% of the popular vote. The NDP had 33% in 2019. You can see they've picked up 7%, and most of that in all likelihood coming from the other parties. So the Alberta Party, for instance, has collapsed. All right, we've got some news to break. Thank you, Elections Alberta. The CBC Decision Desk can project that we have an elected MLA, and it's a familiar face. Danielle Smith will be going back to the legislature to represent the voters in the riding of Brooks Medicine Hat. Of course, she won a by-election there in the fall, and she is now sitting pretty in the legislature as a leader of a party that is currently in the lead with 51 seats is where they're leading right now to the NDP's 35. Here's a live look at UCP HQ. A pretty state affair. I don't know why they're watching that show over there. Ours is rocking, so stay with us, folks. But yes, Danielle Smith has been elected by the people of Brooks Medicine Hat. No surprise there. Traditionally Tory territory. She will be going back to the legislature. The big question now is just how big of a government, if they do in fact go on to for government, how big of a seat count will she have? And that, depending on what that looks like, will raise questions about her leadership. So if it's razor thin, you might think that the knives would be out for her, right? However, the people in the UCP, they're very aware of the fact that for years they've been trailing the NDP in the polls. So think about it, through COVID, not a popular time. So unpopular that a premier who had a commanding majority in 2019 decided, I've had enough. You got 51% endorsement from the UCP supporters and walked away from the party. That sparked that leadership race. Danielle Smith, as an outsider, came in saying, look, back in 2015, 2014, when I crossed the floor as leader of the official opposition of the Wild Rose, I took a lot of heat from it, but I was ahead of my time. I thought the right needed to unite. And so she won that leadership race by 53%. A lot of numbers coming at you. Bottom line is they've been riding her coattails ever since, and to her credit, she stayed, as we heard from Elise von Schiele earlier, she stayed in a pretty tight box. Gave the NDP a lot of ammunition in the 7 months she's been in the Premier's chair, and her past statements coming to haunt her a little bit, but she stayed in that box. She was careful throughout the campaign. She stressed the economic record of the NDP in contrast to where the economy is right now. And so far, with that small vote that we have into the system, the UCP is benefiting from that. So with a seat count of 51 to 35, the UCP out in front, and Danielle Smith will be heading to the legislature. Again, no surprise there. Smith, you can expect that the other leader, Edmonton Strathcona, the voters there will send Rachel Notley back to the legislature as well. It would be a shock. It would be the biggest shock of the night, perhaps, if she doesn't retain that seat, which she's held since 2008. Rachel Notley, the longest serving member within the legislature. We'll get to all of that. In the meantime, with more vote coming in, I know different storylines are popping up for you. You have stuff to talk about. And
yes, we do.
Hear it, Jessica.
Let's start in Fort McMurray-Lac-La-Biche, where right now we are seeing that Brian Jean leading with a 650 votes, pretty sizable lead over the NDP in this specific riding. And now let's take a look at Spruce Grove, Stony Plain. This is where the NDP really wanted to be making gains. So far, that's not necessarily the case with Cyril Turton. 56 vote lead. It's not too large of a lead, but it's enough to say they still got that lead. And Sherwood Park, Kyle Kosowski right now leading with just squeaking by a 14 vote lead in this riding in the Edmonton Donut. But still right now we're seeing that most of the Edmonton Donut is leaning blue, not a big surprise, but the NDP wanted to be making more gains in this specific area of the province.
I was talking to a couple of NDP insiders earlier before we got on air. They're expecting pickups of about 3 seats in that donut. So, okay, if they get the 3, then the path is really through Calgary. It has always been through Calgary, but they do need those numbers in the donut. So that one looking pretty promising early still. Again, not a lot of polls reporting in Sherwood Park, but if the NDP can take it, then they'll put one on the ledger and job done. All right, the UCP, that's where we're going to head back to down in Calgary. Elise Von Schiel standing by. In the absence of cabinet ministers, I know you're going to the people, the common folks, and I like to hear from them on a night like this. So turn it over to you, Elise. Who do you have with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, as we know, voters are the ones that elect these people, that elect the people that go on to form the government. So we wanted to talk to a couple of them. So I'm joined right now by Brian Broomhall. He's one of the UCP supporters here, and he was working in Calgary, Acadia on Tyler Shandro's campaign, helping out a little bit, but he lives down in the riding of Highwood. So Brian, how would you describe this campaign and what you've seen from your work on it?
It was quite interesting, actually. When we were doing some door knocking earlier on, there seemed to be a lot of undecided people in the riding, in the city here in Tyler's riding, and certainly out in our area as well. There was certainly interest, but a lot of indecision, I found.
And how did you see that play out over the course of the campaign? We know undecided voters have been a big story of this election. So what were you hearing from people at the doors as to what they wanted to see from their candidates?
Basically, they knew that in Tyler's area that we were very approachable. They can phone and actually talk to him and not just a worker if they so chose. And they just said that they were going to have to decide on election day today, or maybe if they went to the early polling, I don't know. But they just weren't really too sure. I think the leaders, having the 2 leaders, I think was something that some of them were wrestling with. Some of them were obviously very polarized. As soon as they saw who we were, it was like, see you later, alligator, and others welcomed us. And so I think it all got decided today for a lot of people here.
And tell me more about that. We know the party's gone through a difficult couple of years. We know that when Danielle Smith came in, that some of her approval ratings weren't very high. That evened out a little bit over the course of the campaign. But what were you hearing from people at the doors when it came to the leader, Danielle Smith?
I think a lot of people have a lot of respect for her, and one of the things that's important is she admits that she's not perfect. She has made mistakes, and I don't think any of us should be living in the past. We should be looking towards the future, and all of us are guilty of making mistakes, and we have to move forward and work together, all of us in this province, no matter what stripe or whether you're native or non-native. All of us people together will carry on, and we'll build a beautiful, strong province and continue on the way our forefathers have, I'm sure.
One of the issues that we didn't hear a lot about during the campaign, but that mattered to you when we were speaking earlier, is a provincial police force. Can you tell me why? Because I think some of the municipalities maybe don't think it's a very popular idea. What about it speaks to you?
Well, one of the things is out where we are, Turner Valley Detachments got a bad name just simply by the way they've treated the Indigenous people in Eden Valley and the area. They're notorious for that. And the thing is, they're not accountable to anyone. You know, they're a bunch of thugs if they want to be. There's some very fine serving officers that I know as well. But I think all in all, when you start noticing that there's more RCMP officers going to prison than there is outlaw motorcycle people, that pretty much speaks for itself. And we look at an event that took place at Pincher Creek a few years ago where an RCMP officer murdered a young rancher in a cell. I know the attending officer that was in the front office while the other officer took him back, and he told me that was definitely no accident. That was not a situation where somebody just grabbed a gun and it went bang. So there's a lot of reasons.
We do know crime and public safety, obviously an issue in this campaign, so thank you very much for spending some time with us and talking about the issues that matter to you. Thanks, Brian. Thanks very much. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you, Elise. Yeah, interesting to hear some of the allegations being made there tonight. Okay, so this story continues, right? The big question is, where are all the votes? And I continue to get statements from Elections Alberta. Because I'm getting them, I'm going to tell you what they're saying. Question they're asking, is there anything unusual happening causing delays? Answer, we're not experiencing any issues. We anticipated it would take time to see the reporting of results from the voting locations. Question, have there been any problems with the tabulators? Answer, no, we have not experienced any issues with the tabulators. Third question, do you have an estimate as to when significantly more votes will be coming in? Answer, as soon as the voting locations are done counting them, we will have them. We have 155,000 votes into the system so far. We have 40 ridings where the margin is 100 votes or less. So again, want to emphasize what we're seeing on that scoreboard right now with the UCP out in front, 53, they're leading in 53 ridings to the NDP's 34 with only 155,000 votes. Could be very misleading. So things we expected to go long tonight, maybe for other reasons, because of how close it could shape up to be, but we didn't expect the start of this to take so long. That said, I want to talk about the news that we have made tonight. We have a member projected elected. What are the odds that it would be the leader of the UCP? It's Danielle Smith, the first that we can project, will be heading to the legislature. If this seat count holds, thereabouts, Janet, 53 or so, which is diminished from that 63 count that they had, that commanding majority in 2019. What do you think that means for her?
Well, I'm zeroing in on the ridings where there's at least a triple-digit lead, like where we have at least a 100-vote lead. And you know, and the votes that are in there that were the ridings to watch, it looks like most of those ridings to watch so far are going UCP. So although I'm frustrated with the results that are coming in, the ones that I'm seeing seem to be favoring the UCP right now, so this vote count could hold. Now, what this means is they're diminished, but considering how controversial Danielle Smith is, this means that they really held the line. It must also be very heartbreaking for the NDP because of the gains they made. They're up in the total vote. They made a lot of gains. It must be very heartbreaking to them because it looks like they are just not going to get over the line again if these numbers hold.
If they hold, so around 50, 53-ish is where they're sitting right now, leading the UCP. Am I hearing you say that given that no Conservative premier has seen their mandate out in this province since Ralph Klein, that you think the start of this mandate that Danielle Smith may be receiving from the public, she'll be relatively safe with the knives sheathed for now? Those within the caucus who might think, we lost some seats, they'll be more quiet than if it was closer?
If these numbers hold, I think a lot of people are going to breathe a sigh of relief because this is a big enough majority. I mean, we were talking about numbers like 44, 43, a razor sharp majority. So if these numbers hold, it's a comfortable majority, probably narrower than the Conservatives are used to, but I think it will calm them down quite a bit.
Yeah, we're definitely, thank you, Janet, not used to seeing an election win in Alberta where there's a seat loss. It hasn't happened with the Conservative vote since Alison Redford, and before that, I think it was 2001 under Ralph Klein. Usually you see a seat gain. Nevertheless, these are different times. We have a polarized province. It's a two-party race, so that skews things. But if Danielle Smith has done one thing in her brief tenure as premier in the last 7 months, she's managed to unify that caucus and bring the party together under one vision. It was a very fractured caucus. The party base was unhappy. That's why we saw the previous leader leave in Jason Kenney. All right, Janet mentioned if these numbers hold, we're going to see a lot of disappointed faces at NDP party I just said party. It's redundant. I get it, folks. At NDP headquarters in Edmonton, where Julia Wong is. One of those faces could end up being David Shepherd, though we don't expect that he will lose his seat tonight. I know we don't have a lot of votes, but he's next to you there, Julia Wong. Is he feeling a little nervous right now?
You know, I think nervous is probably a good word to describe, and just in general towards how this election could go. But I think another word that we can use to describe Mr. Shepherd, who's just standing right over here next to me, NDP candidate for Edmonton City Centre, is cautiously optimistic about how this night is going to go. Walk me through that.
Well, you know, we've seen a record number of Albertans stand up to support us with the Alberta NDP. We've seen long-time, lifelong Conservatives, prominent, and folks that I've spoken with on the doors who've told me they simply cannot trust and cannot vote for Danielle Smith. So I think this is a shift in the province, where more and more Albertans are open to a more progressive vision for our province, are rejecting some of the hard right positions that have been taken by Danielle Smith and her supporters in groups like Take Back Alberta. So I think this is a really amazing opportunity for us to show the real diversity of Albertans that live here in the province and the views that they hold.
Yeah, and I feel like that's exactly what we heard from Thomas Dukazik a little bit earlier. Your colleague, Janice Irwin, was speaking to how Conservatives have been sort of lending their vote to the NDP this time around. But in general, what do you think is drawing voters to the NDP?
Well, part of it is people are looking for leadership they can trust. And what we've seen from the UCP over the last 4 years is continual chaos. We've seen them attack and fight with healthcare workers, fight with teachers, fight with pretty much everybody. And then we saw them fighting amongst themselves to the point where I think we lacked proper governance. People could not get through to a minister because they were so busy fighting amongst themselves. And then we had them elect Danielle Smith, who has brought, again, another extreme point of view to Alberta, some very concerning statements on the record, and indeed more infighting amongst the UCP. So Albertans are just really looking for a government that's going to put their priorities first. Better healthcare, better education, good paying jobs in a strong economy.
During the 4 weeks of this campaign, we saw Danielle Smith, we saw the UCP go hard on Rachel Notley, criticizing her record when she was premier in 2015 to 2019, criticizing her for bringing in a carbon tax. I mean, how do you respond to these criticisms and try to move forward from that?
You know, if they want to talk about Rachel Notley's record, Rachel's record is being the first Alberta premier in decades to see a new pipeline to Tidewater to support our oil and gas industry. She is the premier who cut child poverty in half. She is the premier who brought stability to our healthcare systems after years of cutting and cuts and riding a resource royalty roller coaster for funding. So Rachel Notley's record is of being a leader who says what she means and means what she says. And we have heard from so many Albertans over the last couple of years and indeed over the last 4 weeks that is what they are looking for in government in Alberta.
All right, thank you so much for your time, David. So the NDP, as he was mentioning, very much relying on people flocking to Rachel Notley, flocking to her brand and her popularity, and we'll see how things roll out as we get more and more results coming in throughout the night.
Certainly hearing how people feel down there with a lot of cheers in the background as results are posted on the board. Thank you, Jessica. Those results need to be good for the NDP, needless to say, in Calgary for them to have a chance to form government. And the big story in Calgary is going to be the riding by riding, the seat change there. But part of what we can tell you at this point, and we have enough vote to do this, is the projected share of the vote right now. So popular vote within Calgary. Currently, it's neck and neck. You can see the UCP sitting at 49%. So in 2019, the number in Calgary pretty much mirrored the provincial number. They had about 55% of the vote in Calgary, the UCP, and the NDP had about 32-33. The NDP and the UCP currently neck and neck, and really the other party's not much in terms of a difference maker at this point. So that's going to shift, we expect, but it gives you a sense of just how close things are with the limited amount of vote we have right now, and it tells a story. The story is that the NDP, in a battleground area where they need to win, are picking up seats. They need to pick up, I would say, probably another 9 to 10 seats in order to get close to that majority government call that they're looking for. They're nowhere near that right now, but they're trending in the right direction based on the vote that we have in. The UCP down. They expected to lose some seats in Calgary, but right now it's an interesting snapshot given the limited amount of votes, less than 200,000 we have into the system, of where Calgary's going. Calgary's one story and it's been getting a lot of attention. I think it's worth spending some time paying attention to the real soldiers of democracy on a day like this, the voters. And the voters in particular who've been affected by the wildfires, who decided to get out and vote today in places that they never would have decided they would be casting their votes in. They were forced to. You've got a snapshot of that, as I understand it, Jessica.
Yes, let's take a look first at Drayton Valley, Devon, where we're seeing the CBC News is projecting that Andrew Boychenko is going to be winning this. Now, he has right now a 3,000 vote lead over the NDP, so it's pretty clear what the picture is there. In West Yellowhead, we were mentioning that riding earlier, Martin Long with an 1,800 vote lead over Fred Kreiner, former teacher and principal in Yellowhead, and now Red Deer South, where Jason Stephen currently with a sizable lead over the NDP and Michelle Bear. We are keeping an eye on these ridings. Now, Red Deer South, not one of the ones that was affected by the wildfires, but we just wanted to give a little love to the rural areas. As we spend so much time talking about Calgary, talking about Edmonton, we have to talk about the bigger picture beyond these cities.
Absolutely. That Red Deer South, a really interesting one. So I was speaking with Nathan Rotman, the campaign manager for the NDP, earlier today. Part of what they're talking about when they talk about a path to victory is some of those seats they really hope would go their way, but they don't have a lot of hope for. Red Deer South is in that column right now. And although, again, it's a small vote share in terms of polls reporting so far, it's a pretty competitive race early on.
Cool.
All right. So as we continue to get dribs and drabs from Elections Alberta, we have more and more to talk about, and we have a panel of folks downstairs from where I'm standing with Nancy Carlson, and they're reading the tea leaves as much as they can. Curious to hear what they have to say, Nancy.
Yeah, we definitely have a few talking points right now because, again, as we are seeing just some of these early numbers coming in and which ones are significant. So as soon as we see a few extra 1,000 votes coming in, we're kind of jumping on that. So I just want to go to you, Evan. What are you keeping an eye on right now? What are you seeing?
Yeah, no, there's a few ridings. I had mentioned Morinville, St. Albert earlier. That one, we're starting to see a lot of votes come in a lot more in these rural pockets. I am zoning in on Calgary, Acadia. There's a good chunk of votes there, and it is tight. So I think that one's going blue. Obviously, I'm hoping so, but that's one that I'm starting to watch. We're starting to see more votes come in, which we're getting more findings. Another one that I'd highlight too is Strathcona Sherwood Park. Right now, Nate Glubish looks like he's got a pretty good lead with about 10,000-ish votes in. So there's more to come. One more other thing that I think is interesting to watch is how much of these votes are advanced polls and how much of them are election day votes. My sense is that the UCP will overperform on election day, and the NDP might have a slight edge when all those advanced votes eventually come in. And so, anyways, that's what I'm watching and seeing. If I'm the UCP camp, I'm excited about Strathcona Sherwood Park. I'm excited about Morinville, St. Albert, because if they can hold those, that makes the NDP math a lot harder in Calgary.
Right. And again, we were expecting, I guess, for those advanced votes to come in quite quickly, because then it kind of gives us an idea as to how this night may shake down. And so we're not really seeing that right now. So it's kind of a different pacing than we have seen in previous elections. And Leah, what are you keeping an eye on there too? What are you seeing?
I mean, this race is so tight that we're really watching the same seats, right? We're looking. So Strathcona Sherwood Park is a great example of one to look at. The NDP's got Bill Tanita, an educator, ran a strong campaign. We saw a big volunteer showing in that riding and a lot of momentum. So that one again is one of those. If it comes our way, it might represent a shift in other areas that the NDP needs to see movement. And of course, if it stays with the UCP, it could signal that things aren't moving quite the way that the NDP would like to see. Of course, that is an area that the NDP has held before, so there is some reason to hope that things go well there. The other thing I think is worth watching is, when we see overall turnout numbers or sort of those high-level pre-election day polling numbers in places like Calgary, what we're not really able to see with those are a term we would call vote efficiency. So how efficient or how targeted are campaigns in the specific ridings relative to the overall numbers. And the NDP's ground game has been very, very targeted. So even though when we start seeing trends and we start seeing movement, it might look like things are moving to the UCP, it's still too early in the night to really say that for sure.
Mm-hmm. I know, because when we look at some of these numbers, like, yes, we are starting to see, over 1,000 votes in some of those areas. But then when you also look at the number of polls reporting, like here we have in Edmonton South, we have 6 out of 20, I think, if my eyesight is correct. Yeah, 6 out of 20. So again, like, you still have to consider that as to how many polls are reporting and where those numbers are coming from. What about from our two mayors? What are both of you looking at? What's really standing out to you, William?
Sure, definitely looking at Edmonton Southwest with Nathan Ipter and also Casey Madu. I know both of them. I spent some time with each of them. And I think Casey was a fairly competent minister when he was there. And then knowing Nathan as a school trustee, a very likable guy, I think he has the proper demeanor to do the job. So I think that's going to be a close race. I think right now we're, 392 to 298. So some good ridings within the Battle of Alberta here.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Angela? What are you keeping an eye on?
Well, there's a lot of municipal leaders that are running in this election. We have Bill Tanita running in Strathcona Sherwood Park. We have Tinine Ridgick running in Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville. So a lot of municipal politicians looking to move into provincial politics. So I'm keeping an eye on a few of those. They're all quite close at the moment, or most of them are. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Mm-hmm. When you think, Leah and Evan, I'm curious, when it comes to strategy, how challenging is it for you? Because, leading up to this, even, when we've been talking, we're talking about like the big picture and how these, what this indicates. What are you thinking when you see small numbers coming in and how to translate that into strategy? Like, is that possible?
It's really tough with Calgary right now, just because there's just not enough votes in the pool. But when I look at some of these more rural ridings, one thing I think is worth noting, and some of these ridings that have urban-rural interface, is that the UCP got their vote out, at least in those areas. So whether that holds true in Calgary, that's what everyone's kind of chewing their nails over right now in UCP HQ. They're looking for reports from their teams on the ground. What do they know? So that's all you can. At this point of the game, you're just kind of hoping, like, what do we know? What do we see? How excited can we be? Everyone, what are we at here? We're 2 hours in. This has to be a record, at least in my lifetime, waiting for an election night call. So I know our decision desk upstairs is furiously trying to scribble in what we got to do here over the next, hopefully before midnight we can resolve this. So I'm enjoying my time here with you guys, though. So maybe I don't want the party to end either. So who knows?
That's true. I know. I do throw I'm a pretty good host party, right? Yeah. No. And what about you, Leah? Like, I mean, what do you think when it comes to strategy, or how do you think going forward? I don't know if this is a fair question. I feel like I keep putting you on the spot with these questions. I'm like, hey, Evan, how does that make you feel? I'm like, so Leah, let's get into I don't mean to do that. But I'm curious, like, how does something like this play in to strategy or play into kind of like the messaging that you can see moving forward? Do you think that this will be like that this kind of play out on election night can be useful going forward,
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to let you down a little bit by saying it's too soon to tell. But really, like, the strategy for this election ended, a few days ago. The game really right now is getting out the vote. And so, what does it say about the choices the NDP made in terms of their strategy? We saw them come out the gate strong with a message on healthcare. They put forward some really interesting affordability measures, of course, economic diversification, and then moving into a message around trust and leadership, which of course stood in stark contrast to Danielle Smith and a lot of the videos that were surfacing of her record. So, was that the right strategy in the end? The voters will tell us tonight. We're watching a handful of really key seats to see if it was enough to move them.
Mm-hmm. Do either of you well, how can I put this? I was going to say, like, are either of you envious of being in those headquarters where you're just like waiting to see what's happening? I know we're waiting to see what happens here, but I mean, to be in that incredibly stressful situation.
I don't know if envious is the right word.
Okay.
I mean, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the people who are out there. They're exhausted. They've been working, their tails off now for, the longest days you could ever imagine when you're working a campaign like that. I mean, I knows just as well. You're just spent, and so I feel for them, and I'm thinking about them right now.
Yeah, if I could use a hockey analogy
Oh,
again.
yes, please do.
We've seen in the playoffs this year a few deep OTs, and I feel like we're in triple OT here, and we're grabbing the power bars and grabbing the Gatorades, trying to get those electrolytes up if you're in the UCP HQ or NDP HQ. Like this is exhausting. Like most people, like whether the NDP or UCP, you just want resolution. I think it's what all Albertans want. They want resolution as quick as possible. We've been looking at polls. We've been talking about who's going to win. We had the UCP leadership race 7 months ago. Everyone just kind of wants to, maybe grab a beer or a soda pop and just kind of relax a little. And I'm just hoping that for all those guys, they can just
You're
take it
even
easy soon.
hoping that I'm going to be like, you know what? Let's do that. Let's all of us do this. Hey, Rob, we're going to throw it back to you. We're just going to continue our party downstairs here.
Yeah, Evan, I think, has exhausted that metaphor. So let's put that one in check, move on to another sport. Thanks, Nancy. Thanks, panel. Good stuff. I mean, in the absence of a lot of stuff to talk about, really insightful in terms of how we got to this point. So we got about 300,000 votes into the system, thereabouts. And part of the story of what's unfolding, you see it on your scoreboard there, the trend hasn't changed much. We've got the UCP out in front. They have been for a while. That's holding steady, just dipped below the 50 mark to 48.39. So it's tightening up a little bit. But what we can show you is what we're also seeing in a lot of ridings across the province right now, in ridings that are too close to call. So look at that, Calgary Climb. This is a riding that the NDP is hoping to pick up. The incumbent there is the UCP, Jeremy Nixon. Only one vote separating those two right now. One vote in Calgary Northeast. This is riding again. The NDP has circled. Rajan Sani, former cabinet minister's riding. She went over to Calgary Northwest when Sonia Savage left. One vote separating it. Two votes in Beddington. Josephine Pond. This is the UCP incumbent there. Again, the NDP is hoping to pick up all of these seats in the north end of Calgary. Calgary North is an interesting one. If there's a hold in the north that the UCP seem pretty confident about going into tonight, it's Calgary North. But again, so very close here. Single-digit margins at this point in the evening. Calgary East, again, 5 votes. Paygan, 6. If Paygan are riding in the south of Calgary, south of Glenmore Trail, which is really kind of the big blue wall, we talk about Fortress Edmonton for the NDP. The Fortress is the south. If that goes the direction of the NDP, it's going to be a good night at some point. So take a look at some other too close to call ridings here. Lesser Slave Lake. This is a back and forth riding. So in 2015, Danielle Larrivee picked up this for the NDP, and they were hoping it's a bit of a weird riding. The UCP MLA there had been absent for long stretches during his time there, decided not to run again. I believe that was Pat Wren. And for much of this campaign, nobody could find the UCP campaign on the ground. 8 votes separate those two. Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo, we're not expecting that one to be as close as it is. 15 vote margin difference. Calgary Acadia. This is former health minister turned justice minister and attorney general Tyler Shandro's riding. Again, south of that big blue wall in Calgary, Glenmore Trail. If Acadia falls, the NDP is back in pole position. Red Deer North. This is Adriana Lagrange's riding, another cabinet minister. Could another cabinet minister be going down in a part of the province that has traditionally been conservative bedrock? Calgary Shaw. We heard from Rebecca Schultz earlier, another cabinet minister. She was in contention for the leadership. With the amount of vote we have in right now, 42 votes separating Schultz from her competitor. And in another riding that has been held by incumbent for the NDP in the north side of Calgary, another wrinkle here. So this is your friend Sabir's riding. It shouldn't be that close, according to all the math that we've been seeing. The NDP should be picking that up. Okay, speaking of, we already told you that we can project that Danielle Smith, the leader of the UCP, will be in the legislature, and so will Rachel Notley. This is of no surprise to anyone. CBC's decision desk able to project that Rachel Notley has received enough of the vote from the good people of Edmonton Strathcona so that she'll be returning to the legislature yet again, the longest serving member. The premier who was defeated, who decided to stick around and fight for another day. Nobody's been in the ledge as long as Rachel Notley. She's been there since 2008, so that's a long time. So one of the questions that will be asked of her, if she doesn't clarify it tonight, is if in fact the NDP go on to lose this election, will Rachel Notley want to stick around for another mandate as leader of the opposition? People inside the party have told me don't expect that. Whether or not we hear that from her tonight, if in fact the NDP go on to lose this election, we'll just have to wait and see. But things are tightening up here. As we're getting more vote in, we heard that it was going to be a close election from pollsters like Janet Brown. And now we're seeing a bit more vote of the narrative that we thought we'd see play out. And in Calgary in particular, I know there's not a lot of vote, but still more competitive than you expected in some of those ridings?
Yes, and there's a low number of votes here, but it's too close to call. That's what we said, and it's playing out that way. But you went through a whole bunch of ridings that it's just too close to call. There's some other ridings that we knew were part of the NDP's path to victory that aren't too close to call, and they don't seem to be breaking well. So sort of picking up on some of the things that Leah was saying, Red Deer South, some people thought that was a potential for the NDP.
Yep.
There's a good number of votes there, and it looks like the UCP has it. Strathcona, Sherwood Park. So now we're talking about the donut around Edmonton, and we knew that the NDP would have to pick up a few seats there. Doesn't look like they've picked up Strathcona, Sherwood Park, Leduc, Morinville, St. Albert. And also, the last time I looked, it might have switched, but the last time I looked, it looks like a UCP lead in Banff, Kananaskis. So some of these things that were crucial to the NDP road to victory aren't playing out quite yet.
Okay, and you're not highlighting those because they're just interesting, because as a pollster, you're highlighting those because you've seen enough vote there that they're interesting to you. So while we haven't seen a lot of vote out there, what are we talking about in those ridings? Hundreds of votes?
Well, I'm literally trying to keep my eyes on the ridings where there's at least 1,000 votes separating the winner from second place.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that does tell a story. I'm really confused at this point. Are you?
I'm trying to get over my frustration.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. That's an Elections Alberta discussion. I'm going to leave that until after the show at this point, unless we're here till like 3 in the morning. Jessica Ng is watching all these results come in. When they come in, she's picking through all the data and picking out some storylines for us. I notice you have Calgary up in the background here.
Yes, I do. We are going to we'll stay in Calgary. We've been talking about it, but let's go specifically to Calgary Foothills, the riding of the current Minister of Culture, Jason Luan, right now with an 154 vote lead over the NDP, and not a huge difference right now, and that's over half of the polls reporting in that riding. Calgary Glenmore now with Whitney Isick and a 95 vote lead, only 100 votes separating the two parties in that riding. And Calgary Acadia, we mentioned that one with Tyler Shandro, the current Minister of Justice. Right now, he's actually losing in that riding. 84 votes separating Diana Batten, a teacher, and him in Calgary Acadia, and this could be, again, the beginning of the narrative as things start to firm up. Things are starting to firm up. We are getting a little bit more data. It's still slow. I feel like we're pulling a very slow string out of a box to get the answer.
As you say, that key battleground, we're starting to get a sense of where things could be going. Diana Batten, not a teacher, a nurse, actually.
Nurse,
remember?
there we go.
So that's an interesting
nursing
dynamic.
Instructor as well.
Right,
See?
so we've got a nurse and we've got a former health minister. And you remember at the beginning of the mandate, the UCP came out strong in a fight against the nurses and then the doctors. And so she's been knocking on the doors, Diana Batten, and reminding voters in Calgary Acadia of that. And we're seeing a close race so far. All right, let's take it down to UCP headquarters. As things sort of tighten up on the scoreboard, Elise, I'm wondering if people are getting a little more tight.
You know, the liquor has been flowing here for a while, so I don't know whether they're turning this delay in getting the votes into a bit of a drinking game. So we'll see how that turns out. We've talked about Battleground Calgary a lot tonight. We've mentioned Fortress Edmonton, and one of those ridings where CBC has projected a victory for Janice Irwin in Edmonton Highlands Norwood. I'm actually joined right now by the person who was running against her for the UCP, Nick Kalinchuk. So, you know, maybe not the night that you were hoping for, but that riding in particular is an NDP stronghold. So tell me how you're feeling.
Listen, I'm so happy about the campaign we ran. I mean, before I entered this role, I was the Premier's 2S LGBTQIA plus advisor, and it was so important for her specifically to have representation for that community in our 87 candidates. And that's why I was so happy to run in the riding I ran. And listen, our campaign worked very hard. We had lots of people who were very invested in the work we did. And frankly, at the doors, people were very surprised to hear that our campaign was, frankly, had a position like mine in the Premier's office that she requested to be made, and had staff who were interested in making a difference in that community. And so I was very happy to fill that role and very happy to run her as a candidate. And I'm very excited to see what happens with the next 4 years with Danielle Smith government.
You and I were talking before we came on about representation and how important it was to you personally that people could see a broad range of candidates at the doors. I think also in this campaign and in previous campaigns for the UCP, there have been difficult moments and controversies about some of the things that have been said about people who are diverse, particularly LGBTQ plus people. How did this campaign affect you? What were you telling people at the doors, and what was it about the UCP that you felt so strongly about that you wanted to represent them at those doors?
Yeah, no, great question. Listen, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I know, like, we're talking about Jen Johnson here, and listen, like, I had never met her before the election began. I had no idea who she was, and so I had met her after those comments came out, and I was, like most Albertans, extremely, in fact, like I think all Albertans, very disturbed with the comments that came out, and so in my role, I wanted to meet her. I wanted to see why she said those comments that she did that I think so many Albertans find deplorable. I met her and I said, listen, here's what we're going to do. As the Premier's 2S LGBTQ plus advisor, we're going to talk to a leading trans stakeholder in Alberta who I know personally, who I've worked with, and you're gonna talk to them, because I think you need to stand in front of these people and you need to talk about why what you said is inappropriate. They're going to tell you why what that candidate said was inappropriate, what you said is inappropriate, and we'll go from there. And I think the Premier made the right decision to not welcome Ms. Johnson back into our caucus, regardless of what happens. If she would like to work on personally by herself without our support to right those wrongs, she can. She has those contacts. But I will continue to do the work that I have done in Ms. Smith's office. And Ms. Smith will, I believe, continue to support me in the work I've done to support communities who have been underrepresented by all governments, whether it's NDP or UCP, especially when it comes to 2S LGBTQIA plus folks. And I think where it comes down to is affordability. Like always it does. When I talk to these groups, especially the last 3 or 4 years with COVID, these are communities who have been so hit so bad by affordability issues, and they were before the pandemic. Forget the pandemic completely, even before the pandemic. So it is incumbent upon our government, whether we win 44 seats or 60 seats, it is incumbent on our government to represent all Albertans, and that includes 2S LGBTQIA plus folks.
Absolutely. As we've heard, a big theme over the course of the election and over the course of the evening, it's voters here making their decisions, and we will see how that plays out the rest of the night, and hopefully those votes start rolling in a little bit faster, Rob.
Thanks, Elise. So 51 currently leading for the UCP to 36 for the NDP. That would be a 15-seat difference. That would tie the difference, the smallest difference between the opposition and the governments that we've ever seen, if those numbers hold. And the big story, as we've been repeating for weeks now, is going to be Calgary. And we're starting to see more of the vote in Calgary, and I want to give you a sense of what's going on there through the vote share. So this is share of the popular vote. Look at that, neck and neck. The NDP sitting at 48%, 48.8%, the UCP at 48.5%. So the UCP is down from 2019. A lot of numbers coming out of my mouth tonight. They had about 55% of the vote in Calgary, and the NDP had about 33%. Right now it's neck and neck, and so it is turning out to be too close to call. The seat change, it translates this way. The NDP looking to be up by 8 as the numbers currently stand. The UCP down by 8. The NDP will continue to have to gain if they're going to get close to that 44 magical number. Right now, they're a ways away from that. The trend that we've seen for some time now with the vote that's been coming in, the UCP holding steady in the lead here. It looks as if they're heading towards a majority government, but we're still waiting on so much vote, Janet. So things could flip, and it's getting really interesting when we get micro into some of those ridings in Calgary we were talking about earlier. Acadia, we saw Varsity on the board, Foothills, Paygan, a lot of stuff in play here. What's standing out to you?
Well, I'm starting to calm down because we've got about 500,000 votes right now. So we're really starting to see these trends. And again, what I'm looking at are these bellwether ridings, and right now it's looking at it's looking a lot like my poll predictions that the UCP has got enough of a lead outside of the two major cities that they're going to lock up enough of those seats that they don't really need too many in Calgary to be able to put them over the top.
Okay, dare I spike your blood pressure again? This just in from Elections Alberta. There's an investigation underway because currently we're being told that only 72 of the 255 tabulators are working as they should be. So if we have
No, they told us everything was fine.
Yeah, we have a lot of statements here saying as much, but they're acknowledging that they're having some problems now. We know that 750,000 votes came through the advanced polls. They all went through the tabulator. If that amount of outstanding vote is still sitting there an hour, 2 hours from there, are we going to be able to call or project a winner tonight?
I don't know. We may need to come back tomorrow night and regroup. Someone was joking on Twitter, where do I tune in tomorrow? And that may be what it looks like. So if they can't get those tabulators working, then they've got to do a hand count. And they don't have the resources for the hand count, right? They're counting the day of ballots. So they're going to have to, redeploy some resources. And, it's 10 o'clock at 10:20 at night. I don't know what this day holds for us.
To be clear, this is a major screw up. I mean, this is technology you would think they would have run through ahead of time to make sure it's all working. There's no question this is on Elections Alberta tonight.
Yes, I'm calming down. My blood pressure's coming down, but no, this is a big failure. The idea of having automated tabulations to do the advanced vote, this was an important step forward to try and move the province to the idea of doing automated voting. There's a lot of people in the province who are skeptical of this process. So doing this with just the advanced votes, it was a way to make people feel comfortable. It was about way of moving Alberta into the future. Now, I wonder what our future is for automated voting with this kind of a delay and this kind of a breakdown of the process.
Okay, so let's game this out. So if we sit at these numbers thereabouts for a couple of more hours, there will be hand counting going on the day of vote, and that should be, we think, the lion's share of the vote. We don't know for certain, but say it doubles roughly what we were sitting at with 750,000. Is that enough for us to get a sense of where Alberta's going tonight? If we still have 72 of these machines out of 250, we don't know how many votes that represents sitting there outstanding. I know you joke about coming back tomorrow night, but would you be comfortable with us going there?
I'm going to leave it up to the CBC computer to make the projection. If the night ends here, then the UCP folks are going to sleep better than the NDP folks. But no, I'm going to trust the computer. The CBC computer will tell us when there's enough data to make a projection. And, we've got 21 seats where they've been able to make that projection. So
still so many of the seats still so close.
Still so close, and still so few ballots. And we're talking about a breakdown when it comes to the automated stuff. But where's the day of stuff? We don't. We're used to hand counts, and we're used to being done at this point. So I'm waiting for another memo. What's the holdup on those hand counted ballots?
This is going to have me reading memos all night.
I've got friends that are doing scrutineering that are sending me text, and they seem to be wrapping up their counts at the local level, but this number, we're not seeing them come through in the official Elections Alberta count. Maybe that's because they're caught up in this controversy and they're having trouble getting the data loaded on, but these are elections. This is really important, and this was a highly contentious election, and boy, I've been just waiting for today to be over.
Yeah, so many people have been. Okay, Jenna, thank you. We'll leave it at that. for now. And I just want to clarify for people at home, Jenna talked about the CBC computer. We are in the age of artificial intelligence. We haven't farmed our brains out entirely to the computer. We do have human beings that are working with those computers, the data that's coming in, analyzing it, synthesizing it, and then getting it in my ear so that we can talk about it, getting it to Jessica. So we do have a level of scrutiny at the human level and some serious experts who are scratching their heads at this hour and they're waiting for more data. And as soon as we get it, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, we're going to go to NDP headquarters. Julia Wong standing by. You're earning your keep tonight, Julia. What have you got for us now? Another guest?
I certainly do, Rob. I do not want to disappoint. But first, I just want to chat because the volume in here has definitely increased over the last little bit. There is immense enthusiasm on the part of NDP supporters. Anytime some of those results are rolling in, showing an NDP candidate leading in a certain riding, this room goes crazy. Just like that, right here behind me. Now, someone else who is also very enthusiastic about how the night is going is Jack Eshelman. He is a volunteer with the NDP. He's 24 years old, but signed on with them when he was just 17 years old. Jack, tell me a little bit, you're a longtime supporter for the NDP. What is the motivation behind that?
Well, mostly I just want a government and a party that represents me, my values, and the values of my community and my province. And for me, that's one that really supports affordability, affordable education, and just access to the goods and services we need as Albertans to thrive and not to thrive, absolutely.
And today you were telling me earlier that you were door knocking in Strathcona Sherwood Park. What were you hearing at the doors? And it's sort of some surprising comments, I would imagine.
Oh, absolutely. I was out way east of Sherwood Park. I was in the Range Road district, and every door I went to was I was literally welcomed with open arms. People kind of came out, looked out. Oh, I don't get many door knocks. And then I said, hey, I'm Jack here with the Build to Need a NDP campaign. And yeah, the body language changed right away. Doors wide open, shoulder to shoulder contact. And the conversations we had today were pretty fun.
And Jack, you're 24 years old. There can often be criticism that young people aren't engaged in politics, that they're not involved in politics. I mean, what do you say to that as someone who has been volunteering with the NDP for so many years?
I say talk to young people. Young people have a voice and they use it. We at large have the same concerns as everybody else in the province. We want affordability. We want to be sure to have jobs in the future. So me, myself, and a post-secondary student talk to people all the time about affordable education and most importantly, having a job coming out of the educational system. And we see that, largely speaking, with the NDP, and we really haven't had much faith bestowed upon us with the Smith government or the Kenney government for that.
And speaking of the education system, now you are a political science student at the University of Alberta. What have you taken away from this campaign? What have you learned?
Oh, the big thing I've taken away is that people don't trust Danielle Smith, and they trust Rachel Notley. The two are very big. They oppose each other in many ways, but the biggest one is that people are scared of Smith's policies. They're afraid that her policies are going to make it more expensive at the grocery store, that they won't have good, sustainable jobs in the future, that they don't trust her, that they may not have doctors in their communities. That's things everybody worries about. I want to grow old in this province. I want to start a family in this province, and I don't trust Danielle Smith and many of the people I deal with, students, young people, and the people at the doors. They do not trust this premier.
All right, thank you so much. That's Jack Eshelman, a longtime volunteer with the NDP at the ripe old age of 24 years old. We'll be chatting more with folks like Jack throughout the course of the night. Back to you.
Oh, we need that. It keeps us on our toes when maybe some of us, not you, Julia, but maybe some of us, our energy is fading a little bit. The youthful energy keeping us afloat. Okay, we got a lot of energy in our second studio here at the CBC Edmonton location. Nancy Carlson, she's got a panel. If you haven't heard from them already, they've had a lot to say without a lot of information to digest. And I really, if we could, Nancy, I'd like to get their thoughts on what we're hearing from Elections Alberta. The latest, I'm getting more updates on what's wrong with the vote than the actual vote. The latest coming in is apparently a lot of the polling stations couldn't close until 9 o'clock. I shouldn't say a lot. The actual word they're using is some. Out of 87, we don't know how many that represents, but they couldn't close until 9, and so the in-person, the manual count couldn't start until then. Nevertheless, it's a head scratcher for us up here. What do your panelists have to say about it down there?
So thankfully, we have two people who have gone through elections where they have actually used these tabulators. And so, William, what has your experience been like with them?
Well, in Stony Plain, we've used them for a couple elections now, and they were seamless. Every time you registered, you got a little green check that if it worked, you got a little red X if it didn't work, and the attendant helped you fix that to make sure that it went through. And when the election door day closed, like the hours, there was a little USB chip that they took out and brought back to head office, put it in there, and it downloaded the thing. It was just instant. So I can't believe that in 2.5 hours following this, that Elections Alberta just figured that there's something wrong. So I don't tell anybody in Elections Alberta, like, I can use an abacus. So if you want to give me a shout, I'll be more than willing to give you a hand.
No, I was going to say you'll be doing double, triple duty while you're here.
You can use the abacus in one hand, and we'll be doing.
I was going to say we have enough room on the desk in order to do that. What about the delay, like for some of the polling stations to be open later than usual? Have either of you ever experienced that before? Like, I mean.
Usually in Stony Plain, we're pretty good. We can tell time. I think this is getting long tonight, but I think just to be fair, like, so if the voting station had to open later, then definitely they need the number of hours to just be, fair to everybody else. But I think with the way things are now with elections and everything digitalized, it should be instant.
Mm-hmm. And what about you, Angela? Like, what were you hearing from people when it comes to these types? Because I mean, not everybody is on board with this kind of technology, right?
Yeah, there was actually quite a bit of conversation in my riding in the lead up to today around the tabulators at the advanced polling stations, and there were people calling into question whether or not they were being read properly, and that was always alarming in the lead up to the election. I mean, I have complete faith that everything will be read properly in the long run, but my concern with this delay in informing people of the issue and the issue itself is that it will cause questions of legitimacy, or could cause questions of legitimacy moving forward to continue to use these tabulators, but also the results of these votes. So it'll be interesting to see how Elections Alberta chooses to handle this situation in the days to come.
Yeah. What do both of you think of that when it comes to, I mean, what we're seeing here tonight, that if it is an issue with the tabulators, that, I mean, yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's frustrating for everybody, right? I mean, I think Rob was saying we've been waiting for, or Evan even, we've been waiting for ages for the results of tonight's outcome, and I think everyone's just really anxious to get it. So recognizing it's frustrating for sure. I mean, it's hard to imagine that a simple technology such as counting a black dot would cause this kind of a delay. I was in school a couple decades ago, and we were doing tests by Scantron, so you'd think we'd kind of have this one down by now. I do worry about the way that the trust that people will have in things like advanced voting, or in even moving our entire voting into an electronic system, which would actually be a great move, and we should be there already. But delays like this and problems like this really set us back.
Yeah, and for me, I'm going to go back to hockey analogies. This is as irritating to me as when the NHL made up a decision that Blake Coleman kicked a goal in Game 5 last year of the Battle of Alberta. It's super irritating. It shouldn't have happened, and this is the type of thing, like on election night, you want to see everything run smoothly. Advanced voting is great. We want more people to go out and hit the polls. The parties love advanced voting because it makes resources more easier. It drives voter turnout up, and if just stuff like this is super frustrating. So we want to see the votes counted. Just like as a Calgary Flames fan, we all know that Blake Coleman's goal was legitimate last year in the Battle of Alberta, and so let's just get this done. Where's the hand ballots? That's a good question. I'm just we just want to see this resolved. There are a lot of votes in, and we can see some trends. Acadia is still very close. We're starting to see a bit of the map get solidified. The NDP math is a little harder right now, but man, it's just, we're waiting for a lot of votes right now. So
yeah, it's almost like that moment where we can say, okay, there's enough here that we're moving forward, right? Because again, like you guys, I'm looking at my computer over here, but we are starting to see, again, a few thousand votes come in, but I mean, you still see some where there's 1 or 2, and it's not enough to make a difference. So, so obviously a lot of discussion down here, Rob, and I'm hopefully continuing to bring the youthful energy as well, which I know you were going to mention earlier. So I just mentioned it for you.
Ouch.
So
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. You're doing it. You brought your dancing shoes. I know you did. Thanks, Nancy. All right. We want to bring you an update on a somewhat notable name. There was a time when the official opposition in this province was the Liberal Party, the Alberta Liberal Party. Not so much anymore, as we've seen opposition votes right now coalescing around the NDP. John Roggeveen, who is running in Jason Kenney's riding, we can tell you that he will not be the elected member there. A projected winner in that riding, as expected, Eric Bouchard, the UCP candidate. All right, and just reminding you that UCP leader Danielle Smith, we have projected, will be going to the legislature, and the NDP lost in that riding. And then we'll go and show you, yes, Rachel Notley, no surprise, will be going back to the legislature. All right, I had a couple people talking in my ear at the same time when that was going on, so I can't tell you what Jessica Ng is going to tell us about right now. It's going to be a surprise to me as much as it is to you, so surprise away, Jessica.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the rural ridings that we have been watching. We're going to take a look now at Lesser Slave Lake. No incumbent in this riding, but Scott Sinclair with the UCP holding on. Almost 300 vote difference between him and the NDP in this specific riding. Now Banff Kananaskis, Miranda Rosen with an 1,800 vote lead over Sarah El-Maligi of the NDP. And now let's take a look at Morinville St. Albert, where Dale Nally, previous minister, right now looking at a 1,300 vote lead over Karen Shaw in the NDP. That's where we're sitting in some of the rural ridings that we have been watching. But again, we are keeping an eye on Edmonton, we're keeping an eye on Calgary, we're keeping an eye on the rest of the province, and we're hoping that we're getting more numbers in shortly too.
Yeah, and if you're not seeing, you're wondering why those numbers aren't changing at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's in part because the NDP is not picking up where they were hoping to in ridings like Banff Kananaskis, in ridings like Morinville St. Albert, where they had a 4-term Sturgeon County councillor, local cattle rancher, Karen Shaw, where they were really hopeful they would see a breakthrough there. In and around the donut, they need to pick up seats. It's not just Calgary at play here as sort of a twofer. You got to get some around the donut, as they call it, in and around the capital city, and then you got to have a big breakthrough in Calgary. All right, so let's turn it back to Nancy now. Very patient panel, not only the one in studio, but our panelists who are joining us from different parts of the province who have cast their ballots and are waiting for the results from their ridings. Curious to see if they've seen anybody elected in their ridings. I don't think, off the top of my head, we projected any of those 4 ridings elected yet. They can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's all good. Yes, so we have voters from across the province. We have Grand Prairie, Medicine Hat, Edmonton, and Calgary represented with our 4 panelists here. Hello, thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us about what you are seeing tonight. Hayes, I want to start with you. As you're seeing these results come in, and I know they are they are trickling in, what's standing out to you tonight?
So far, I'm pretty happy with the results by the looks of things. I'm kind of surprised by some of the results that are coming in, and not surprised by many others. The Edmonton area is always quite NDP, so that's not surprising at all.
Yeah.
But some of the smaller areas are a little bit surprisingly close to me, I guess.
And speaking of Edmonton, Amelia, you are in Edmonton. What about you? What are you seeing? What are you keeping an eye on?
Honestly, I'm not surprised by any of the results so far. I was unfortunately predicting a UCP majority among my friends who were ready to throw stones at me. But the fact was, what I was hearing was that people were more resentful of Rachel Notley's past record and were unwilling to forgive her actions versus forgiving Danielle Smith's work. So this is, I think, just reflected in the vote now. They're willing to forget what she said, but not willing to forget what Rachel Notley did.
Wow. You are quite politically minded. We have spoken to you for a few panels before. And what about in your riding in Edmonton Ellerslie? So what I haven't seen that come by. Is that as expected for you?
Oh yeah, NDP. That one is very prominently NDP, but the UCP candidate did put up a fight there. But I believe that riding has gone and has repeated as NDP.
And then, of course, Kismet, you are in Medicine Hat. Again, as I go through, what are you seeing? What are you keeping an eye on right now?
Right now, I'm just hoping that whoever is elected and does take the seats is able to work together and actually get some stuff done rather than just keep with the infighting.
Yeah. And Sunil, I'll round it out with you too. What are you seeing? Is there anything that's standing out to you right now?
No, it's actually going according to Janet's poll. The one thing I'm a little surprised about is how poorly the NDP is doing, given how incompetent the UCP leader is. And I'm a little surprised that, again, it's early. I'm a little bit surprised at Banff Kananaskis and a couple of the other ridings in southern Alberta.
And again, as you say, it is still early, but it's only a matter of time before we're going to see enough numbers there in order for us to make a call, in order for it to really make a difference. And again, I can't thank you enough for joining us because, again, your opinions are those that are likely reflected by a lot of our viewers here tonight. And that is really appreciated. So thank you so much for taking the time for us tonight.
Interesting stuff from Nancy and the panelists. I know, obviously, that Janet Brown was leaning in closely. And I mean, you have the last poll that you did for CBC was released on Friday, and it's pretty much mirroring what we're seeing playing out here, as Sunil said.
Well, Sunil gave me a shout out there. And yes, my numbers are matching up very nicely, both in terms of seats and popular vote. But I want to see more results before I start chiming my own bell.
And the latest on that front is we have about 700,000 votes into the system, 770,000. We're told by Elections Alberta, of those 255 tabulators, 98 of them have produced vote so far. So they're asking for patience. It is new, this technology, to Elections Alberta. They're obviously having some issues with it, but they're expecting that we'll get those results at some point tonight. Generally, as we click up towards 11 o'clock, we have projected a government on an election night. We're nowhere close to that yet. But as we say, the trend line has been holding pretty steady for a while now. It's in line with the polling that you have. And I want to remind people at home what you do differently than other pollsters in terms of how it's reflected in what you find. And that's all around the Conservative vote.
And so most of the polls you see out there, they're either based on an online panel. People who enjoy answering surveys join a panel and they get sent surveys on a regular basis. Or there's something called IVR, which is a computer calls you, and a computer voice talks you through the survey. I have held tough with a kind of an old-fashioned version. I use live telephone interviewers. I work with a company here in Edmonton called Trend Research. We call people, and the other thing we do is we call people both on landlines and cell phones, and I think our secret sauce is we call someone 5 times at 5 different times a day before we give up on them. We are trying really, really hard to get the hard-to-reach voter, and in our experience, the hard-to-reach voters are a little more likely to be Conservative. So my polling lined up pretty well with a lot of the other major pollsters. I'm a little bit higher on the UCP, and I chalk it up to how hard we work to get hard-to-reach voters who tend to be more likely to vote Conservative.
And that's a trick you've earned over time, right? You've observed that vote and how difficult it is to reach.
Yes, well, 2015 was one election where I had a vacation planned and I didn't cancel it, and I wasn't here during the 2015 election. So it gave me an opportunity to evaluate the polls in that election. Dwayne Bratt asked me to write a chapter in a book that he was publishing.
Professor of Political Science, Mount Royal in Calgary.
Exactly. Yeah. And when I was doing that exercise, I could see that polls in Alberta sort of systematically underestimate underestimated Conservative votes, regardless of the methodology. So it really made me zero in on the fact that you had to work hard to make sure you get Conservative votes, because they're almost always underestimated. In 2019, the narrative was that the UCP was going to win by 10 points. I put out a poll that said they were going to win by 19 points. Heads exploded.
Yeah.
They actually won by 22 points.
There you go.
Everybody underestimated them, even me, just not by as much as everybody else.
Tooting of horns over.
Tooting of horns is over.
All of this to say, we saw this coming. We knew that it was going to be tight. If these trends hold, it still will be shaping up to be the tightest election Alberta has ever seen.
Right. It's been over 100 years since we've seen a government win a margin of victory of 15 seats or of less than 15 seats. So people, if they're still up in other parts of Canada, they're saying, well, this isn't a close election. But by Alberta standards, this is a very close election.
Yeah, because it's so unusual to have a two-party election. It's been decades since we've seen that, right? Okay, Janet, great. Stand by. Thank you for hanging out with us and walking us through all of that. Jessica has been behind the scenes digging through the results that we continue to get in. So we have 770,000 votes into our system now, and they continue to tell a story. Where are you going to bring us now?
We're going to take a look at the ridings where CBC News is projecting a winner in these specific ridings. We're going to start in Calgary-Curry, where we are looking at the flip of the party in this specific riding. Janet Eremenko, who has experience in community development and the nonprofits, winning over Nicholas Milliken, a former cabinet minister, now in Calgary-Hayes. Rick McIver leading with, CBC News has projected that Rick McIver is winning this one, will win this with an over 2,200 vote lead over Andrew Stewart and the NDP. And in Livingstone-Macleod, Chelsea Petrovich with an over 5,000 vote lead over Kevin Van Tighem and the NDP. Very clear winner there, very clear winners in those ones. But there are so many ridings where we're just starting to get an idea of what's going to be happening. And some ridings, it's still pretty unclear. It's still really close. There's one we were taking a peek at, one vote separating them.
Wow. How many of those are left on the board? Do you have any idea?
We are going to find out very shortly.
Okay.
I'm keeping you in suspense.
You have been assigned. We'll touch base with you in just a second. That Calgary-Curry pickup for the NDP, that is significant. So overturning a cabinet minister anytime is significant because there is something called the power of incumbency. And that's basically a recognition factor, and somebody who's been in cabinet is certainly elevated in recognition beyond your garden variety incumbent who sits on the back bench. So that was a key pickup and something that I've been targeted, Calgary-Curry, for the NDP, that Janet Eremenko is defeating a cabinet minister tonight, projected by the CBC decision desk as elected, is not insignificant. Speaking of candidates, let's go back down to NDP headquarters on election night, which is at the West End in downtown Edmonton. That's where Julia Wong is. And I understand you have a candidate with you.
That is certainly right. With me right now is Brooks Arcand-Paul, who's a candidate for Edmonton West Henday. You know, we've been here for a few hours, Brooks, and I don't feel like the energy is going down at all. I think if anything, it is building and building with every hour that passes. Tell me a little bit about how you're feeling right now.
I feel elated. I've been out since day one, since I was nominated, to being the candidate, to listening to people from West Henday. I'm so proud of the campaign that my team has run. And whatever the outcome tonight, I'm proud of whatever we come to. I'm so thankful for all of the candidates and all of the volunteers from every stripe who has put their time and commitment in, has given time away from their families and their friends to be in the democratic process. I'm so happy for the result that we're starting to hear. I know CBC hasn't called yet, but we're really looking forward to a positive result here because our team has been doing this. And it's West Henday is telling us that they want a better future, and that is what we're going to bring them. And I will continue doing that every single day I'm in office. My culture, I'm Nehio from Alexander First Nation, and we are taught that our community is so important, and we will continue fighting every single day for every community member, regardless of age. We're going to make sure that representation happens today.
And Brooks, so this riding that you're running in is an open riding because the NDP incumbent decided not to run for re-election. You were mentioning you've been knocking on doors, talking to, I'm sure, thousands and thousands of people over the last few months. What have you been hearing from them? What are the main issues that they are talking to you about?
We're hearing about healthcare first and foremost. People are afraid of having to pay out of pocket to pay for a doctor visit, for the emergency visit. They're also afraid because things are unaffordable. I heard from some of our constituents that they can only eat bags of rice right now because they're between their rent and their utility payments and insurance payments, they can't afford life, and that is unacceptable. It's a bad thing for Alberta, which is as wealthy as it is, as prosperous as it is, to not have folks that are getting by just by working 2 full-time jobs and having, good paying jobs. Affordability is top of mind for every single person. We're also hearing that seniors aren't feeling supported, and the UCP have forgotten seniors fully, and we are committed to making sure that they are looked after and are supported by our government if we form government tonight.
Now, this is such a close race. Things have been so tense, but what do you think has been drawing people to the NDP, to Rachel Notley?
Sorry?
What do you think has been drawing people to the NDP and Rachel Notley?
It's that we are actually providing real relief. We're providing solutions. We're not fighting back and forth like the UCP are doing. We're not talking about the things that the NDP have done or haven't done. We're talking about real solutions, and people want solutions. That's really what we're hearing. They want answers. They don't want this political fighting, and they don't want this American-style politics here in Canada. We need to continue fighting to protect democracy and make sure that we are prosperous province for all Albertans, not just the big, rich corporate folks.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Brooks. And as you can hear behind me, things are loud. People are enthused, and I can imagine that they're ready to stay here for as long as it takes until we hear exactly what happens tonight with this province and the next 4 years.
It could be a lot of energy from that member over the next 4 years, and it could be that the NDP will need it, perhaps in opposition. Thank you, Julia. We can tell you that he is currently leading in his riding of Edmonton West Hendy. Not able to project him elected yet, but you can get a sense of what we're going to hear in the opposite side of the legislature should these numbers bear out. Should the UCP go on to form government and the NDP sit in opposition. There will be a lot of new members in opposition. They came into this RIP period with 24 seats. That's how many they won in 2019. There will be a gain and some new, energetic, and impassioned voices. Obviously, we just heard from one of them. All right, Nancy Carlson downstairs with the panel. Nancy, we are seeing this trend hold pretty rock steady at this point, and we are getting more and more vote in. So in spite of the impassioned speeches that we just heard, and we know that a lot of people down at NDP headquarters are very fired up and impassioned here in Fortress Edmonton on the orange side of the ledger. How are our partisans feeling about where things are standing now?
Well, it depends on who you ask, because I think that's what makes this panel so great, is that we do have the different voices, different perspectives. So, Leah, I'll start with you. So as Rob was saying, we do hear that celebration happening at NDP headquarters. Is that what you're reading into this? Is that what you see?
Here's the funny thing about the way we do elections. There's 87 of them. So there's people who are celebrating wins tonight, who are really excited about seeing their name, show up on that win column, and who worked really hard to get there. And so there's a lot of people who are watching, the numbers sort of hold steady with what's looking like an overall loss for the NDP, but have personal wins to celebrate. So it's a tough night when we start seeing that happening. I know in 2019 when we, the NDP lost government, but we elected 3 new MLAs, they had that mixture of feelings of, sadness for losing government, but also the thrill of having won their seat. So that's the tough thing about the way we do elections here.
When you think back to 2015, I know that there was talk that when the NDP was elected, that they weren't prepared for it, right? You had a lot of new people in the legislature. It seems to have, I'm going to use the word, the party has matured, right? And now that success of having a seat, it means something. It seems to mean something more. Is that a fair statement to make?
Oh yeah, well, you're looking at now some 3-term MLAs getting reelected. That's a big deal in terms of bench strength. A lot of new, fresh talent coming in. So a lot of vibrant energy in a 30. If we see something in the high 30s in terms of a caucus in opposition, that's a really powerful force in opposition benches. So yeah, I think it's the NDP is proving itself tonight to be a strong political force in Alberta either way.
We're going for hockey references. Any you want to
I don't have anything queued up, but maybe I'll get there. There's just a couple of things I want to know. And I think we're getting to a point now where there's a lot of votes that have been counted. There's a couple of really good trend lines for the UCP. And I'll be honest, if I was sitting in UCP HQ, I'd be increasingly bullish. The vote percentage, the UCP are at 53%, almost 10 points ahead of the NDP. I know there are a lot of votes out there still. But here's another thing that I'm noticing. The NDP are having a good night in Calgary, and Leah's right. Like they're a formidable political force. They look like they're trending well above the votes they got in Calgary in 2019. But Calgary Klein is currently counted NDP. Buller-McCall, Elbow, Acadia. Looking down south, Lethbridge East. That was one that we were watching. That's currently marked up in the NDP. Calgary Beddington. There's a lot of these seats that folks were watching, and we thought, if the NDP can win there, they'll be in a good position, but there's still quite a few seats behind, 52 to 35, and some of those seats I mentioned, Acadia, super close still, so that could easily go back and forth. Now there are other ones that the UCP are leading with small leads, but right now, if I was the UCP, I'm feeling increasingly confident. The trend lines are there. They've got good math. They've held some of those other Edmonton donut ridings look like they're holding firm. The NDP math is looking pretty tough right now. And so, UCP HQ, I'm not calling it. That's for smarter heads than me, but I'm feeling increasingly bullish right now.
What about that we've heard them talk in the other studio about some of the cabinet ministers who are maybe, in a difficult situation. What are you watching?
Yeah, listen, I've got some other commentary about what happened and what we can read into that. We're a little early now, but I think one thing that the compliment I'll give the NDP is they have coalesced the left. They have, I'll be honest, their ground game, their air war was some of the best game I've ever seen from any political party in Alberta. So they deserve a lot of effort for what they did. Some of these cabinet ministers, Nicholas Milligan and Calgary Curry, one of the most well-respected members of the UCP caucus, I think was seen as an effective minister. The UCP bench strength is a little lesser today if they're to form government than it was yesterday. So I'm not the NDP spin master, but they should feel good about some of these numbers they've put on the board. But they're still falling short. Like I said, their math, in my view, just isn't there right now.
Yeah. And again, we are starting to see more of these numbers come in, but I don't know. We'll have to see how it continues to play out. But we are continuing to look at these results, and again from a perspective from outside the city too. So the next time you check back in with us, Rob, I want to have that discussion about what our mayors are seeing when it comes to these results and in their ridings too.
Okay. Both of those mayors from this neck of the woods where we're in the capital city right now, Nancy, and we're going to zero in on the donut, the so-called donut, the ring, the horseshoe, whatever you want to call it, the region surrounding the capital city. So the NDP, you heard Evan talking about the math, Jessica, there, and how we're seeing strength in Calgary in some places where they needed to pick up. They knew they needed to pick up some in the donut. Some are breaking their way, but not as many as they were hoping for. You have a snapshot of that.
I do. Before we get to that, I want to talk about Calgary varsity in particular. We're going to take a look at that riding. And right now, Luann Metz with a 1,400, almost 1,500 vote lead over the previous Minister of Health, Jason Copping. Let's take a look at now Sherwood Park. See, I leave you in suspense a little bit.
Yeah, no, but it's exactly an example. I'm glad you started with that of what we're talking about. So a great pickup for the NDP if that holds in varsity.
Absolutely.
Another one we're looking at in Sherwood Park, but there are some buts.
There are some buts. Now, this is a 1,600 vote lead, but again, when we look at what the Edmonton donut right now is looking like, it's still largely blue. It's still not orange enough to be making enough headway in the space that they need. Strathcona Sherwood Park, another donut riding, Nate Glubish winning with an 1,800 vote lead right now over Bill Tonita and the NDP. That is, it's a good difference at this point. Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House Sundry. Now, this is the riding where we were waiting. The polls didn't close there till 9:45. We can now say CBC can project that Jason Nixon is the first of the Nixon brothers to make it to the legislature in 2023. These this is where we're at right now at this how many hours are we in? 3 hours after the polls close.
We're usually ordering food by now.
I was thinking
getting for the wrap up.
This is normally election pizza reheat time. An update on that pizza. It's cold.
Oh man, now you are making me hungry. Thanks, Jessica. All right, let's bring Janet Brown back in. So she's got the laptop out. She keeps pulling me over and saying, "Hey, take a look at this. Have you seen this?" I can't take in all the voices all at once. So just tell me what you wanted to tell me.
Well, things are holding for the UCP. It's looking good for the UCP, but you can't lose sight of the fact that they have lost some important seats. Now, some of these aren't all declared yet, but in the losing category right now are Jeremy Nixon, brother of Jason Nixon, in Calgary. Jason Copping is in the second place category. Tyler Shandro is currently in second place. Josephine Pond, Nick Millison, Devinder Tour. These are all UCP MLAs in Calgary who have lost their seat. So these numbers are shaping up well for the UCP, but there's another story here, and that there's a lot of strong, moderate voices from Calgary who won't be in a new UCP caucus, assuming we get to a UCP victory.
Yeah, we want to be clear. They haven't lost yet, right? As you say,
right.
we haven't projected a winner in any of those ridings yet. So is this shaping up the way you expected it to be? I mean, Calgary, definitely the battleground, competitive, and we're seeing potentially a lot of big names dropping there. And yet, Edmonton, Fortress Edmonton for the NDP, you would think that would extend out into the donut and that they could count on 3, maybe as many as 4 to help get them across the line. They don't seem to be as strong as they thought they would be in this region.
Well, as impatient as I've been tonight, my own polling data is holding up. And, I was showing a higher support number for the UCP than other pollsters, and it seems to be showing up at the vote count, and also just the inability of the NDP to pick up some of these ridings in the donut and things like that. So my polling suggested that the NDP weren't going to make gains, but not the kind of gains they needed to form government. So I'm cranky about what we're seeing. I'm cranky about what we're seeing, but I'm just not ready to gloat about my own numbers yet because
Really, because it kind of sounds like you are.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I know what I'm up for. I want to gloat about my numbers, but I don't think it's responsible to gloat about that. We're not there yet, and
the numbers that count are the voters, and we don't have enough voting yet to elect a lot of members, to project them elected.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're slowly getting there.
I take your point, though.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff. You're so responsible.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Janet Brown, I'm going to turn things over to Jessica, who continues to break down the results we have seen so far.
Yes, let's take a look now at Calgary Acadia, a riding that we have been watching really closely. That's the riding of Tyler Shandro, the most recent Minister of Justice. Right now, Diana Baden leading for the NDP in this riding, only 150 votes separating the two, but that is a riding that the NDP really wanted to be making strides in. Calgary Klein, Lizette Tejada, 24 vote lead. These ridings, and I will tell you, these are ridings that have been going back and forth the entire evening, and you can tell with an only 24 vote difference, that's why, because the difference is so small. In Calgary East, Peter Singh with an 110 vote lead over Rosman Valencia and the NDP. And I will tell you, Rob, we were taking a look at this earlier, and you asked me, how many are there that how many ridings only have, are very close? We gave ourselves a metric of, let's say, 100 votes or less, and it is 3. So
Only
there's 2 of them
now.
right there. That's it.
Okay, so things are really firming up. That's what it tells us.
That's what it tells us.
Good to know. Thanks, Jessica. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Didn't mean to assign you live on the air, but you came through it. That's good stuff. All right, let's head back down to Nancy Carlson, who is with the panel. And I know you really want to assess what we're seeing play out on the scoreboard still, which is a pretty commanding UCP lead here. Not close to projecting that they've formed government yet, because we still have a lot of vote out there, but certainly shaping up to be the narrative tonight.
The other thing that we're looking at down here is the divide between rural and urban centers. So when you look at where the NDP has the strength and whereas the UCP has the strength, there is a bit of a divide with that. So Angela, can you talk a little bit about that and what that split could mean going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not shocking. We expected Edmonton to go orange. Calgary, I was anticipating a little bit more even, but it's gone quite orange so far tonight. And so I think it's going to be important moving forward to really bridge gaps. So if the UCP does form government, we'll be looking for them from a municipal perspective to reach into Calgary and Edmonton and kind of figure out where they went wrong and what they can do to build trust back in those major centers. And vice versa, if the NDP were to form government, we would be looking for them to reach into rural Alberta and really understand those issues. Even fingers crossed, maybe somebody reaches across the aisle and asks for some perspectives from the other party, starting to bridge some of those gaps. But I think it's important as we look at this kind of rural-urban divide is that we're all Albertans and we are all having the same issues. Healthcare is healthcare, policing is policing. It looks a bit different in rural Alberta than it does in urban Alberta. So I think it's going to be really important, like I said, to really just bridge those gaps.
Yeah. What about you, William, when you think about that rural-urban divide? And when we say rural, I know we were talking about this earlier, right? Like, we're not just talking about, I think it's just areas outside the major centers.
Yeah, well, definitely be probably a representation of the smaller communities around large urbans. We talked about battleground Calgary, right? That was the whole focus of the election, right? We're losing those key players on the fringes that need representation of, I think out of the small, mid-sized municipalities, I think we represent 1.2 million people. So that's a lot of people that you need that you're missing out on, and definitely. I think looks like the UCP is going to form government here, and they need to be working with our municipalities to build better Alberta.
Yeah. I'm getting word that we are getting some news from our decision desk. So, Rob, I'm just going to throw it back to you with that news.
Yeah. At long last, for many who have been waiting, we are getting closer and closer to the moment that those certainly with the UCP who've been watching that ticker come up time and again and hold steady over that 44 majority mark and then settle for the evening they've been waiting for and they've been hoping for. We are at that point now where the CBC decision desk is prepared to make the call. The UCP will hold on to power in Alberta. The United Conservative government will remain in government. So Danielle Smith will be going back to the legislature with a diminished caucus for sure. As we said earlier, still a decisive win. Yes, they went down in their seat counts, but they have a pretty healthy cushion compared to how close many expected it to be. You can see the reaction at party headquarters, some fist pumping going on. The CBC decision desk preparing to project, and we have that the UCP will govern this province for the next 4 years. Danielle Smith, who had a lot of baggage come into this campaign, and the NDP tried to make hay at every turn with it, she pulls it off. More than a decade after she first asked for a mandate from the public, first asked for them to send her to Edmonton as premier, and then saw the potential victory there as leader of the Wild Rose slip through her fingers in the dying days of that campaign. She finally has that mandate from the public. It's a new party. It's a relatively new party, only 4 years old plus a little bit in terms of bringing together the PC and the Wild Rose before that. But the blue wall has held tonight in spite of the NDP leading for years in the polls, and a leader that certainly she acknowledged herself had imperfections. They hold on to power tonight. Elise Von Schiel, provincial affairs reporter with CBC Calgary, is at UCP headquarters down in Calgary. We heard the cheers. It's been a while. It's been a long time coming, but this trend has been holding. Relief in the room? How would you describe it?
I don't know if you can hear the roar behind me, Rob, but everybody here is really, really, really excited about this result. This is what they were hoping for. This was, as you can hear the chants of UCP behind me, this was the test of Danielle Smith and her party and her as leader. We know that her party gave her a mandate back in the fall. The question for this election was whether the Alberta general public would agree with that and would decide to send the UCP back into the legislature to become government. That answer is here now. The CBC now projecting that the UCP will go back into government, a little bit of a diminished caucus, but still well above that 44 seats needed to form a majority government. The crowd here is really, really excited. I've actually got somebody with me who's been campaigning hard and actually was a Danielle Smith supporter in the leadership as well. So Liam Dunn, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling ecstatic.
And what does the moment feel like as you're listening to the crowd cheer and as you're watching what's happening? You're standing in front of me with a Danielle Smith sign. How would you sum it up for people who are not here?
It is electric. When it comes to United Conservatives, don't ask how, ask how much. We win big, and we always win, and it's a great feeling every single time.
You were also telling me before that you made a prediction in your group chat today, and where's that projection and that prediction sitting now?
Bang on. I'm the next Janet Brown. I'm coming for you.
I don't know if you heard that, Janet. I think Janet sitting in the studio might be crossing her arms and fuming a bit here. So with this going forward, obviously caucus is a little bit smaller now. How much of a mandate do you think this gives to Danielle Smith to move forward with some of the stuff that she had talked about before the campaign, but also during the campaign?
I think it gives her a full mandate. Look at every other Conservative, any other government basically in Canada. They all lost after COVID. We managed to keep together a tight, good core of great MLAs. As we saw, Miranda Rosen kept her seat. No one predicted that she would do that. And it was phenomenal. We got a good group of people going forward, and we're going to continue to make this province the best place in this country to live.
You know, it's been a tumultuous couple of years for the party, some infighting, some controversy. When it comes to looking forward to the future, do you see the party being able to hold that cohesive core that you were talking about that we've seen developed a little more over the course of the campaign?
Look, we're tried and true now. We're battle tested. In 2019, that was easy. We came in. Now we formed the real bond in a competitive election, and now we're back. We're doing better than many people have said that we would do, and we're ready to get back to work.
What do you want to say to Albertans? As you're here, you're our first person on after CBC has projected this majority UCP government. What's your message to Albertans?
Let's go, Alberta. Let's keep this thing going. Woo!
Yeah, there you go. There you have it. The room is excited. The room is electric, and Liam's going to go party with his buddies now, so I've kept him long enough. Back to you guys in the studio.
Great job, Elise. Thank you for that. Really interesting points from Liam. We are battle tested. Of course, those were internal battles largely over the past 4 years. COVID threw a spanner in the works for a lot of people, but that party really suffered because there was an insurgency that went on. It forced a leader out. Danielle Smith came in from the outside. She held that caucus together. You didn't hear the knives out, even throughout this campaign, when at times it was looking pretty bleak, pretty dark. Do we think, if this holds with 52 seats, the UCP goes into the legislature with, that any of that talk has been put to rest for at least now? It is the Conservative end of the spectrum. They have a history of infighting. Because this is enough, it would strike me, that Danielle Smith can say, look, we lost some seats, but we still have a healthy majority, and it's not so razor thin that people are going to get super grumpy and say, you've put us in jeopardy of losing with, what could have been a very close a couple of members retire and you lose a couple of seats and then you're out in a couple of years.
Well, she can say, look, we've lost a little bit of ground compared to 2019, but my gosh, didn't we claw our way back from the depths of unpopularity that the UCP had under Jason Kenney? You elected the right leader. You elected a leader who could bring this party back when it was so unpopular under Jason Kenney. So the other thing about Danielle Smith is we all talk about how controversial she is, but the one talent she does seem to have is bringing people together. When you think about how contentious that leadership review was, and then so many of the people who basically said her ideas were crazy and would destroy this province, they're going to be standing behind her on the stage later, smiling and happy. So
I think of Rajan Sani in particular.
Right.
Remember, she was one of the candidates who said, "You elect UCP members. You elect Danielle Smith as our leader. It's a victory for Rachel Notley come May."
And we're all going to talk about the moment when maybe Danielle Smith had this in the bag. The moment when she put herself in the winning category. It might have been when she played paintball with her caucus, right? you know, that caucus was so divisive. There was just so much conflict going on there. And, you know, they played that game of paintball. They all came together, and she never really had people break away. She didn't have a lot of conflict there. And because she kept that caucus together and kept that caucus like on the same page, I think it set the plan that got her here today with a decent sized majority.
Okay, let's take a look at how it all came together today. And let's take a look at the share of the vote. So this tells a tale, and we've been talking about it all night. The UCP won their majority, 63 seats in 2019 with 55%. Bit of a shedding of that, down 3 points, but they won the share of the popular vote. How did that translate into the seat change? Well, the NDP gained 11 seats, but the UCP only lost 11 seats, and they could have lost 19 and still held on to power. So again, a diminished caucus, but a pretty healthy lead going into this legislature. Enough that she has a mandate to follow through on a lot of the promises that we've heard from. I would expect she wouldn't shy away from any of them. Of course, Bill 1 is going to be some sort of legislation that will enshrine that if there's ever a tax increase floated out there, that Albertans have to have their say on it first in a referendum. What else do you think she'll want to charge out of the gate with?
Well, you know, there's been a whole bunch of policies that were quite controversial, and she put them on the back burner. So one of the things I want to see is, you know, now that she's got this really good size rural caucus, she's got, you know, some people who were who like those fair deal panel ideas around a provincial police force and a provincial pension plan. I want to see if now she's got big enough support that she thinks she can haul out some of those controversial things that she put on the back burner.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch for. We got a lot of time to talk about in the days ahead. Let's get a bit more of a picture of how things unfolded tonight with Jessica Yang, who's been looking at the results. And I just want to clarify, for those of you who've been waiting on Elections Alberta to bring us some vote so we can get to the point where we could project a majority government for one party or the other tonight, I reported earlier that they were having some issues with some of their tabulation machines, that they were looking into whether or not they weren't functioning properly. We're told by Elections Alberta that was not the case. They investigated. They are functioning properly. It's a new process. It took some time. We all eventually got to the point where we could make this projection tonight. But let's talk about some of the details in the ridings, because a lot of people are still wondering, okay, the government, you know, has been projected, but what about what's happening where I live?
Exactly, and that is the situation. Let's start with Calgary-Péguin, a riding that we have been watching very, very closely. Tanya Furr, projected elected by CBC with a lead 2,800 votes over the NDP. Pretty clear that Tanya Furr should be in that position, should be winning that with that kind of a vote difference. Calgary Southeast, Matt Jones projected elected with close to 3,000 votes over Justin Hussaby and the NDP. Calgary Lougheed, as we mentioned, this is Jason Kenney's former riding. Eric Bouchard projected elected with 2,700 vote difference between him and the NDP. Calgary Shaw now. Rebecca Schultz, who we heard from earlier in the broadcast at UCP headquarters, projected elected in Calgary Shaw. So that's how it's happened. If you want to know, it's one thing to say, you know, the UCP will form a majority government. This is what we're projecting. But now to actually go in and say, this is where they won it, this is how they did it.
It's going to be a lot of notable names that won't be a part of that caucus.
Oh, yeah, it's going to look so different.
Keep their eyes on that in the days ahead. Thank you, Jessica. All right, so let's turn things down over to Nancy Carlson, who's downstairs for me. And we've all been waiting for quite some time to be able to get to the point where the decision desk can project a winner tonight. We're there now. How's it setting in with everybody on your panel?
Yeah, well, we definitely have a few topics that have come up ever since that projection was made. So I just want to go through and get those initial reactions, because again, we have been waiting for that big result throughout the night. So Evan, I'll start with you. When you see this, when we're projecting a UCP majority government, what is your reaction to it?
Yeah, like, listen, I'm thrilled. It's a great night for Alberta. It's a great night for Conservatives for sure. I think one of the things I'm thinking about is, you know, voters in Alberta, Conservatives in Alberta, don't live on Twitter. They don't live with this sort of back and forth, and they didn't really respond to this deluge of Danielle Smith attack ads. They they wanted to focus on the UCP line of moving Alberta forward. And I think the NDP will need to take some time to reflect on, if doing these endless attacks on Danielle Smith didn't work, how are we actually going to make an appeal to those voters, those Conservative voters who came home, they voted UCP, what are they going to do next? So I'm curious to watch what's the NDP's next step. And then, of course, Premier Danielle Smith and her team have a fairly sizable mandate compared to what a lot of pundits were looking at just a week ago. So I'm curious to see how they move forward. There will have to be a touch of humility, but they've got a pretty clear mandate moving forward. So we'll wait and see. I'm thrilled, and I think there are obviously hundreds of thousands of Albertans looking with relief tonight and looking to see what Alberta looks like in the weeks ahead.
Yeah. What about you, Leah?
Oh, well, obviously a pretty disappointing night for the NDP team. At the end of the day, it was a really strong campaign. Rachel and her team put forward a plan to address the crisis in healthcare. They had a plan to get at the affordability issues people are facing. Even the ideas they were putting forward from economist Todd Hirsch on the fiscal framework in Alberta, I think would have been really nice to see those things come through government. But this is how things go, and a lot of sad faces I'm sure we'll see over at the NDP HQ. And a lot of people who came out and voted for the first time for the NDP, I think will be feeling disappointed. That said, there's still a lot of new energy. There's still a lot of new faces showing up in caucus, and the NDP has proven themselves as a permanent and steady force in the province, and I think that's really good for democracy. They're going to be a strong and effective opposition with 35 give or take seats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about you, Angela?
Well, first, congratulations to the UCP on forming government, but congratulations as well to the NDP on your significant gains, right? So I think both parties have something to celebrate tonight. Municipalities will work with anybody, though, so we're very happy to continue working with the UCP. It's no surprise that rural Alberta went blue. I think everybody was really anticipating that, so I think it'll be interesting to see what comes next and what kind of bubbles to the surface that wasn't a part of the campaign, and how do Albertans react to that. And I think we're going to have to focus moving forward on building some bridges. This was a very negative campaign. The people that I was speaking with, they could tell me bad things about both leaders, but very few could tell me about platform commitments and campaign commitments. So I think that if we want to bridge some gaps and bring Albertans together and start moving forward together as a province, we're really going to have to focus on trying to find what unites us as opposed to what divides us.
Yeah. And what about you, William?
Yeah, really good. Just one to Rachel Notley, congratulations. I don't think it's not a defeat. If you look at the seat count, that's a 45% increase from the 2019 election. So that's great strides going ahead. And then, again, to Premier Smith, congratulations on forming the next government. Enjoy the night, but tomorrow we need to get to work. Our taxpayers and residents expect that. Right? There's only one way forward, and that is together, and that's the path. So hopefully that the municipalities are at the table with the provincial government to find a better future for Alberta.
Yeah. So we are waiting to hear from the leaders of both parties. Interested to hear what they have to say. Leah, I want to ask you, when you look at this, how much of this result do you think has to do with Rachel Notley as leader?
Well, Rachel Notley has been an incredible leader for the NDP. She, as Rob's mentioned a few times, longest-standing member of the Alberta legislature. She brought the party from 4 seats to winning government, to one of the most effective and fierce oppositions over the last 4 years, and now a gain of 11 seats. That's a pretty respectable career, and I think the NDP owes her a lot in terms of her ability to lead through a lot of hardship. And the experience and the expertise that she brought to that. So yeah, the team owes her a heck of a lot.
Yeah. All right, again, we are waiting to hear from both the leaders. So very interesting to hear what they have to say. Again, like these results tonight have been bizarre, if I can use that word. I don't know if you have a better word to use, Rob, or if Janet has one up her sleeve, because I know she has
got a lot of words.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, a lot of words that we can't air. Hey, Nancy, while I still have you, can I ask you something? Will you indulge me for a second?
Yeah.
Because I know Leah is still listening. We are waiting for NDP leader Rachel Notley to take the stage, and I'm wondering if she's expecting to hear Rachel Notley resign as leader tonight.
I wouldn't expect that at all, Rob. I know that Rachel and her entire team have been laser focused on this election. They believe they could win it. They believe that even if the math was tight, that there was a pathway to victory. Obviously disappointed that didn't come to pass this evening, but I wouldn't expect her to have made that decision because I know her focus was on the election. I think she'll take the time in the coming days and weeks to decide what her next step is. And I know as she considers that she'll be thinking about what's best for the party, and she'll do that thoughtfully and in consultation with her close friends and family.
Okay, thank you for that. Oh, go ahead, Evan.
No, I was just going to jump in. I know New Democrats probably don't look to me for political advice that often, but I would definitely advise for this type of speech tonight for Rachel Notley to take the temperature down. There will be a lot of people in the back rooms who have lots of different opinions. So I think she's got a job to help celebrate what the NDP were able to accomplish. But I always recommend to any leader in this situation, let's leave that discussion for the next day. So it's just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nancy.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, so we have some magnanimity going on in the studio below us. I'm not looking for that from you. If Rachel Notley can't beat a candidate who is as imperfect as Danielle Smith admitted herself, if we've seen 2 election cycles here where the NDP has not been able to win, I mean, do you expect her to stay on as leader as we watch her come to the stage?
I don't. I agree with Leah, though. I'd be surprised if she says so tonight. She's too loyal to the party, too loyal to the cause. But the NDP does need to figure out their way forward. They were very competitive in this election, but not competitive enough. They've got to find a way forward, perhaps new leadership, so that they can put together a winning party, not just a perpetual opposition party.
She's 59. She's been in the legislature since 2008. If you missed it earlier when I mentioned it, and Leah touched on it, she's the longest-serving member of the legislature. So even if she were to see this out to the next election, I mean, how would things be different? The right has been united here, and they haven't won in 2 cycles. Is there a point to her staying on? Should they take this as an opportunity to rebrand?
I do think they need to rebrand. I think the question of, if you can't beat Danielle Smith, who can you beat?
Let's listen in as Rachel Notley takes to the stage and addresses the party faithful at the Westin in Edmonton.
Thank you so much, Jody, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. And by the way, congratulations, Jody. Friends, obviously tonight I come before you with mixed emotions. On one hand, I feel tremendous gratitude and pride in the people of Alberta and those who stood up and put their support behind building a better future. As a movement, we have grown our support in every corner of this province. I'm very pleased that we will be welcoming at least 10 more MLAs to our caucus. Who will form part of the largest official opposition this province has ever seen in its history. And that as a party, we earned the largest percentage of the popular vote in our party's history. So we have achieved tremendous growth and opportunity for our future and for the values that we all share. However, tonight I also know that we are all very deeply disappointed in the overall result. We had all hoped for a different one. Moments ago, I called Premier Danielle Smith to concede the race, and I congratulated her party on their victory. To all those of you, to those who offered their unwavering support, their dedication, and their belief in our vision for Alberta in this election, you are the reason that we fight for what we believe in. And to our candidates all across this province, congratulations on your campaigns, successful or not. You have all demonstrated tremendous leadership. I have spent the last few months being so inspired by your dedication, by your heartfelt commitment to standing up for Albertans without a voice, for your honest belief that we can and will come together to be better. I commend your integrity and your perseverance and your unparalleled work ethic. And I will never, ever, ever stop being deeply grateful for your decision to join our team. So thank you to all of you. And to those new MLAs, I say to you, welcome, congratulations. Get some rest tonight, and then get ready to get right back down to work. To my amazing, amazing campaign team, I can't say enough. They are unparalleled in the work and the achievement that they have and that they have done, across the country. They are just unparalleled in their skill. I cannot thank that team enough, and I cannot thank as well our incredible volunteers enough. Your commitment, your hard work, your countless hours of effort have been the absolute backbone of our campaign. You've all shown incredible dedication and passion, and I am forever grateful for your support. And I need to say this as well. Where we fell short, the responsibility rests entirely with me. That's fine. That's the joys of being the leader. It's fine. It's a thing. It's part of responsibility and accountability. Those are things we care about here. But I do know that at the same time, we ran a strong, principled campaign, and it was based on our beliefs. And it was based on our desire to create a better future for all Albertans. And to my family, these guys, thank you to the four of you for standing by me in this often very crazy journey. Thank you to Ethan and to Sophie for accepting the difference that it has been meaning in their lives for all this time and ultimately turning it into their own pride and their own set of beautiful values that make me very proud. And thank you again. Seem like I'm doing this every 4 years. Thank you again to Lou, my lifelong sounding board. Oh, for heaven's sakes, give it a rest. lifelong sounding board, sparring partner, and apparently personal cheerleader, but also occasionally for me, all wrapped up into one. And also, Lou, thank you very much for mopping the kitchen floor today. That was awesome. I love you all so much. Now, although we did not achieve the outcome that we wanted, we did take a major step towards it. The unprecedented growth of our party through this campaign is a warm light, one that gives me a lot of optimism for the work to come. My friends, let me be clear, now is not the time to let up. Now is the time to step up. Now is the time for us to do the work that has been asked of us. It is my honor to serve as your leader, and it is my privilege to continue to serve as leader of the official opposition. Our values will be represented in the legislature. We will have a say in the future of this great province. We will continue to speak up on behalf of Albertans who struggle to have their voice heard. We will fight for better health care, better education, better jobs. And my friends, we will be unequivocal in our demand for respect for the rule of law and an unqualified belief in the human rights and basic dignity of all Albertans. The challenges we face, the challenges facing Alberta, economic, environmental, social, they all require dedication and determination, and we will bring that to Alberta's legislature tirelessly. We will never stop working to rebuild our public health care, to support the well-being of our communities, to protect our mountains, our pensions, and our kids' education, all while ensuring we have an economy that works for absolutely all Albertans. So to all Albertans, we will be your voice when this government refuses to listen. And one small message to Danielle Smith and to the members of her new caucus, I say this. If we had won, because, you know, inside piece of information here, I actually had 2 speeches drafted for tonight. If we had won, our commitment was to do everything that we could to move past division and to govern for the vast majority of Albertans, to be practical and pragmatic and to listen to all voices. So I am asking you to remember the majority of Albertans tonight and to commit to a government that prioritizes the need and aspirations of all Albertans. So in conclusion tonight, my friends, I just want to say I am so proud of the work that every single solitary member of our movement, of this NDP, has done over the last 4 weeks. Together, we fought passionately for a better future, and I am so very, very proud to be the leader of this party. Thank you all very much. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
NDP leader Rachel Notley making it clear she will remain leader and leader of the opposition. Also saying at one point in that speech, where we fell short, the responsibility rests entirely with me. So taking responsibility, then having to console the crowd who didn't want to put it on her shoulders, feeling loose, cracking jokes, being consoled by her greater family there tonight as she exits the stage. The media is trying to get a word to see about her future. That's our Terry Reith there, but obviously Rachel Notley not prepared to stop and scrum with the media tonight. We're told Danielle Smith will be stepping to the stage down in Calgary any minute now. They had a conversation when Rachel Notley conceded defeat. We also heard an appeal to end the division in our province. Clearly, there is division in our province. You would expect similar sentiments from Premier Danielle Smith tonight, I would think, Janet.
Yeah, no, I think this speech, lots of grace, lots of respect for the democratic process. And also, it's a woman who, despite her personal concerns about what happened tonight, she's putting her party first. She's putting the province first, and it would be easy for her just to sort of throw in the towel now. But it was gracious. It was bang on, and she's doing the brave, responsible thing, hanging on. I doubt she'll serve a 4-year term, but she's going to make sure that she passes the baton on to the next person in a responsible way.
And what a difference she has made, right? Like, let's keep it in perspective. 4 seats going into the 2015 election. She now, as it stands tonight, 35 seats. It's the de facto government in waiting, this party. The question is, how long will they have to wait?
And it's got to be so bittersweet because they did pick up seats tonight, right? I think they're ahead 11 seats. They elected a lot of really strong new members. You know, they wanted to win tonight, but you can't ignore the fact that they put together an incredibly strong opposition, right? So
it's a generational change. It really is. We're now seeing the NDP as a force in this province. The political landscape has switched. No, they didn't get across the line this time. But, I mean, who would have thunk it before 2015? A new Democrat government in Alberta. It was unthinkable then. It seemed unlikely in 2019, given where the economy was going. This time, closer but undeniable that this is a force.
Yeah, we were a one-party system for so long in this province, and you know, this clearly shows we are a two-party system. The NDP has to do some soul searching to figure out how they can become a party that can win, but this shows you we've got two very competitive parties in this province, and it sure wasn't that way when I moved here.
And they really got to do some soul searching about how they can win outside the urban centers. So a lot of the races we're seeing in battleground Calgary still super close. The 12 closest in the province are in Calgary. They made some significant inroads there. They picked up seats after virtually being wiped off the board. They only had 3 in 2019. But it looks like they're going to have to do more outside of the urban centers if they're going to challenge for government.
Yeah, particularly a place like Banff, Kananaskis, which we all just thought should be an easy pickup for them, and it wasn't an easy pickup for them, right? And you know, places like Red Deer South, and like this was supposed to be the election where they made some of those gains, you know, maybe into the smaller cities, may not into the true rural areas, but into some of the smaller cities. They didn't quite get here this time.
Okay, as I say, we're continuing to wait for Premier Danielle Smith to take the stage at Stampede Park down in Calgary. This is a phoenix, if ever there was one. This is a political career that, you know, she rose from the ashes of a career that she essentially set fire to herself. Think about it.
You cannot make this stuff up.
No, she crossed the floor. She crossed the floor as leader of the official opposition, and she lost her position in government. She set herself aside and went into public radio, or not public radio, but a public profile job in talk radio, and sort of just waited for an opportunity, never ruled it out. She saw her opening, she took it, an insurgent outside candidate.
I think about her defeat speech in 2012, and you know, we all expected her to win. It was a surprise when she didn't. She came to the microphone and she said, "Am I surprised? Yes. Am I disappointed? Yes. Am I discouraged? Not a chance."
That's her to a T.
That's her to a T.
Okay, and so as we await Danielle Smith's arrival on that stage to the party faithful, a lot of people really happy down at UCP headquarters. Among them, in terms of the crowd, is Elise Von Schiele, who has been chronicling a lot of the imperfections, as Danielle Smith referred to it herself at the end of the debate, of this particular leader for some time now. Just as an observation, Elise, I mean, she faced a ton of obstacles here, not the least of which is an ethics commissioner's report dropping on the day of the debate, which found a sitting premier had contravened the Conflicts of Interest Act. Is all of that stuff out the window? No concerns about her going forward from the people that you've been talking about tonight? Or talking to?
I think you'd be pretty hard-pressed to find somebody in this room who would raise any of that. The people that we're talking to say, nope, it's time to move forward. And so this, I would say, at least in its most recent iteration, is the latest chapter in the resurrection arc of Danielle Smith. This is her coming from an endorsement from her party, now an endorsement from Albertans. And what we are hearing here is that people are ready to move forward with this government. The question of unity, of course, was one that had come up a lot during Jason Kenney's premiership. Nobody is talking about that tonight. Everybody here thinks that those 53 seats so far that CBC News is projecting are going to be the UCP's caucus, that is a strong mandate, that is a strong government, and that core will stay congealed, at least as far as what is needed to be in government. So we're just waiting now to hear from Danielle Smith. We know the party president, Cynthia Moore, is speaking right now and getting a lot of applause for essentially saying we were written off as a party. People told us that we couldn't do this. People told us we were too damaged, we were too broken, we had too much baggage. And party president Cynthia Moore talking about how the party really feels like they have proven all those naysayers wrong, and that a lot of that came from Premier Danielle Smith, who is now, as far as we have projected, going to head back to that Premier's office, to that spot in government, with a full mandate now from the general Alberta public to talk about and move forward with some of the things that we've heard in the campaign. We know Bill 1 is going to be about keeping taxes low and in fact legislating that tax increases would have to be approved by Albertans. As well as some of the other stuff that we've heard her talk about on healthcare, that she started a reform of Alberta Health Services that is continuing through. But there are also, of course, the things that we didn't hear about during the campaign that she had maybe talked about in the leadership or in the lead up to the campaign, a provincial police force, a pension plan, things like that. So we are very, very interested, and I think the room, from what we've heard, is also interested to see what a Danielle Smith government looks like for the next 4 years. They're starting to call her in. We will see when she takes the stage, but this crowd is very, very excited, as you can hear behind me, as Party President Cynthia Moore starts talking about getting Danielle Smith in. Here she comes. I'll let you listen and watch in.
And here she comes, 52-year-old Danielle Smith now has her mandate from the public. It had been elusive in 2012. She never ruled it out, another run for office after she left politics. She's back. She has a mandate from the people. 53% as it holds support in terms of the popular vote, 52 seats. That is a very comfortable majority. Let's listen in to Premier Danielle Smith.
Our dear friend Ralph Klein, welcome to another miracle on the prairies. My friends, this was the very definition of a hard-fought election. We faced the most expensive, fierce, and coordinated opposition and third-party political campaigns in provincial history. Now, many folks wrote us off, even just as recently as last month. But you know what happened? Despite it all, today, Albertans chose to move our province forward by re-electing a strong, stable, united, conservative majority government. Now, this victory would not have been possible without the incredible work of so many. And thank you to our amazing campaign team, to our party and campaign volunteers, and to every single one of you that donated your time and your resources to this campaign. You all made the difference, and thank you. Thank you. A special thanks to all of our UCP candidates and their spouses, families, and campaign teams for your tremendous work and sacrifice. Regardless of whether you won or lost individually tonight, you made a difference for Alberta, and you will always be part of our UCP team. So thank you. I'd also like to thank the great people of Brooks Medicine Hat once again. Yes. You've entrusted me with the responsibility of representing and advocating for your interests, and I am honored and humbled. I'm indebted to you and to all the volunteers, and I will continue fighting for you as your MLA. Thank you, Brooks Medicine Hat. And of course, thank you to my dear husband, David. Thank you so much, honey, for supporting me, for sacrificing so much of our time together so I can serve our province in this special way. Thank you so much for all that you do. Well, my friends, the election is now over. It is time to put partisanship, division, and personal and political attacks in the rearview mirror. It's time to move forward together as all Albertans, no matter who we voted for. And on that note, Rachel Notley called me earlier to concede the election with honor and with dignity. We all know about our differences of opinion, but I believe that Rachel Notley is a loyal Albertan who loves this province as much as I or anyone else. Yeah. And she is deserving of respect and kindness and gratitude for the thousands of hours she has sacrificed to serve our democracy, and I hope you'll join me in genuinely thanking her for her public service. And just as I would like to thank the hundreds of thousands of Albertans who voted for the UCP today, I want to speak for a moment to every Albertan who did not. I want you to know that my oath is to serve all Albertans, no matter how you voted. And though I didn't do enough in your judgment to win your support in this election, I will work every day to listen, to improve, and to demonstrate to you that I can be trusted to improve on the issues that you care so deeply about. Now, I won't be perfect, of course. We all know that. But when I make a mistake, I will listen, correct course, and learn from it so that I can improve and become a better leader. And so I invite all Albertans, regardless of who you supported in this election, to reach out to me with your ideas and your concerns and your questions. That feedback that you give me, positive and negative, helps make our UCP caucus and I to make better decisions. And that is what a healthy democracy is all about. Now, before I go further, I think it's important tonight to recognize the courageous sacrifice and efforts of our firefighters and other first responders who are fighting and winning the battle against forest fires across our province. I'd ask all of us to stand here and applaud our heroes of Alberta. That is what Alberta is all about. We look after each other, we take care of each other, and we must remember that there is much more that unites us than divides us. And we will need to be unified in the days and years ahead because there's so much work to do together. For example, we need to make sure that you and your family keep more of your money for the things that you need, especially during this time of high inflation. We have to make sure that our communities and streets are safe again for our families and our businesses. And we have to keep powering and diversifying our amazing economy. And I want to tell every business owner and investor listening tonight, whether doing business inside or outside of Alberta, we are throwing our doors wide open for businesses, large and small. To make this province a home for your business and its employees. Enjoy the benefits of the Alberta tax advantage and bring your jobs and investments here because you are both welcomed and valued. And to demonstrate that, the first bill of our government in the legislative session in the fall will be to guarantee that unless Albertans say otherwise by referendum, the only direction business and personal taxes are headed in this province is down. Because we know that when businesses thrive, people thrive. And when we grow our economy, we attract the best and brightest from all over the world, and we want that. We have built the most powerful economy and diverse population in the country on the principles of free enterprise, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. Let's not ever forget that, and let's not ever change that. We also need to ensure that our healthcare and education systems are the best in the world. Not simply adequate, not middle of the pack, the very best in the world. And that means we need to study the best systems and practices around the world and improve upon the strong foundation that we've built here. But it also means empowering our doctors and nurses, teachers, and other frontline professionals, along with feedback from patients and parents, to innovate and improve in these areas every single day. So I'm asking healthcare and education professionals tonight. I'm also asking parents and patients to work with me and the UCP caucus to build a healthcare system and an education system that are models for the entire world. I know we can do this together, and I am here to listen and to work alongside of you. And finally, my fellow Albertans, we need to come together, no matter how we have voted, to stand shoulder to shoulder against soon-to-be announced Ottawa policies that would significantly harm our provincial economy. Now, we have been made aware that in the coming weeks, Justin Trudeau is planning on bringing forward new restrictions on electricity generation from natural gas that will not only massively increase your power bills, but will also endanger the integrity and reliability of our entire power grid, which we rely on during our cold and dark Alberta winters. In addition, the Prime Minister is already ready to introduce a de facto production cap on our oil and gas sector that, if implemented, will result in tens of thousands of jobs lost, tens of billions in lost investment, damage our province's fiscal position, and bring economic hardship to Albertans. Now, I've made myself clear on this matter to the Prime Minister in person and in public, but I feel we need to do it again. Well, hopefully the Prime Minister and his caucus are watching tonight. But let me be clear, this is not a road we can afford to go down. If he persists, he will be hurting Canadians from coast to coast, and he will strain the patience and goodwill of Albertans in an unprecedented fashion. And as Premier, I cannot, under any circumstances, allow these contemplated federal policies to be inflicted upon Albertans. I simply can't, and I won't. So I invite the Prime Minister to instead halt the introduction of these harmful policies and come to the table in good faith to work collaboratively with Alberta on an energy and emissions strategy that will both grow the Alberta and Canadian economies while using the export of Alberta LNG and emerging technologies to achieve meaningful reductions in emissions. Because when Canadians work together, there is no challenge that we can't overcome. I believe that, but it takes two parties acting in good faith to build that meaningful partnership. Now, Alberta is willing to be that partner, and we need our federal government to show it is willing to partner in good faith as well, and now is the time to do so. We are waiting. So in closing, my friends, tonight is a time for celebration. We celebrate, We celebrate the candidates that won their election races and the efforts of those who did not. We celebrate the commitment to democracy of all volunteers and supporters, regardless of party affiliation. And we celebrate those who have sacrificed to secure and protect our right to vote and be a free and prosperous people. And we celebrate this beautiful province and all who live here. this uniquely special place where the best and brightest come from every corner of the world to join us in building one of the greatest places on earth to live and work and raise our families, and where the only things that are larger than our mountains is the compassion and irrepressible spirit of our people. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Alberta, and may our province remain forever strong and free. Thank you. Thanks. Good night, guys.
Big smiles from Premier Danielle Smith as her party will return to the legislature with a majority government. Smith striking some of the similar notes we heard from Rachel Notley before her about wanting to heal the divisions here at home, but also drawing a line in the sand and preparing for battle with Ottawa, putting Justin Trudeau on notice. Now, that's not unexpected given her first act as Premier formally was a Sovereignty Act. But let's just have a listen in here to what she has to say as she's gathering for pictures. Okay. Hugs, no questions from reporters. I was hopeful it might happen. But yeah, a lot of people happy to get in and spend a little one-on-one. The Premier is going to be very busy. She comes in with a massive agenda and she's signaling that she's ready to get to work right away. So Danielle Smith, the first self-described libertarian Premier in our province's history, playing up themes of freedom, strong, free, smaller taxes, which, as we've talked about so many times, Pollster Janet Brown, this is stuff that Albertans eat up. No question about it. They did today.
Mm-hmm. And this is the speech she wanted to give in 2012, and she's kept it in her hip pocket ever since. And she was gracious when she reached out to people from other parties, but then she immediately tore into Trudeau, right? She could have saved that for tomorrow, but this, I guess it kind of shows you the tenacity of Smith. She gives her acceptance speech, and then she immediately almost gives her first speech in the legislature right there on the floor of the election night party.
Single-mindedness, right?
Single-mindedness.
She wants a federal profile here, and
Yes.
she's, as I say, drawing lines in the sand with Ottawa. So, boy, she's going to keep us busy right out of the gate. No media availability there on the floor from the Premier. Not tonight. I expect maybe it's happening behind the scenes. Perhaps we'll see that a little bit later on. Elise Von Schiele is there on the floor. She's been spending the night waiting for that speech to come. What stood out for you, Elise? Do we have Elise? Doesn't sound like it.
Do you have programming?
Oh, well, we got programming. She can't hear us clearly. All right, she's busy. All right, Jessica, there's still some housekeeping to do before we turn things over for the night. And you've got some ridings where things remain pretty close. And you wanted to just bring people up to speed before we sign off for the evening because there's still outstanding vote out there, right?
Yes, there is. Let's start with Banff Kananaskis, where actually it flipped. It was a UCP riding. It's now an NDP riding. It's looking that way, at least, with Sarah Al-Maligi leading with over 300 votes in Banff Kananaskis. And let's take a look now at Calgary Acadia. This is one that the whole evening it's been going back and forth, back and forth. Tyler Shandro now leading with just 65 votes, with 17 of the 18 polls reporting. That is not a huge lead. That might be similar to the lead that he ends up winning this one with, potentially. Who knows? Let's take a look now at Calgary Glenmore, where Whitney Issik is leading with just 75 votes over the NDP. Again, these are ridings that have been back and forth all evening. We've been watching them. Calgary Varsity now, Luann Metz is projected elected by CBC with a lead of over 3,800 votes over Jason Copping. So that will be one less person potentially in Premier Smith's new cabinet.
What that tells us, obviously, is while we have that bar at the bottom and it signaled what we're going to get in terms of an incoming government, things haven't firmed up completely, so that seat count might change a little bit. Thank you, Jessica. You've done a fantastic job tonight.
Thank you. You as well.
Oh, cheers. Not over yet. But yeah, we're going to see a little bit of movement potentially with one poll still to report in Calgary Acadia. And where we're seeing those margins less than 100, you're going to see Elections Alberta automatically recount that. So we'll still be looking at that in the days ahead. In total, I'm told we have 1.4 million votes into the system. We're looking at a turnout, I haven't seen it confirmed yet, but well shy of what we saw in 2019. I'm wondering, as the pollster, what that tells you about where some 400 votes may have gone this time around. People staying home?
Yeah, I think it is people staying home. I mean, in my polling, I got, slightly higher undecided than normal. I also, I've been tracking this group I call orphan voters for a long time. These are people who couldn't see themselves voting UCP, couldn't see themselves voting NDP. They were hanging on for another choice to emerge, and we didn't see enough votes in the other parties. So I think a lot of those people stayed home. And then when I did the poll that was released last Friday, I had 4% of voters say, I'm staying home. Okay. So 1 in 5, so this poll that came out on Friday, 1 in 5 voters that I spoke to still couldn't commit to where they were going to vote.
And so the likelihood, you think, is that they just said, they read the polls and said maybe, it's not for me.
Right, or I think my poll showed the UCP ahead, as did a lot of other polls, but it wasn't it wasn't 100% consensus, but I think most of the polls were showing a UCP win. So you can imagine somebody saying I'm okay with the UCP winning, but I don't want to be responsible for having cast a vote for them. And then you can just have other people who just sat on the fence and just said, in my particular riding, I just don't want to vote for that particular person. So we saw it in the focus groups that we ran, and some of the panelists we've talked to tonight. People really did struggle. Sunil has done many media appearances since we did the first focus groups, and he really, really just struggled, right? He sees himself as a conservative, but just couldn't make himself feel at home in this version of the UCP.
Some struggles with Elections Alberta tonight, but you were a rock, as always.
I got a little cranky.
I know, but we're past that now.
But the votes are in. We have a respectable number of votes, so whatever happened at Elections Alberta, they pulled the plane out of the nosedive.
At the end of the day. Final thoughts from you on what we saw unfold this evening? No real surprises given your charts here. It's pretty much bang on your polling.
I wanted to gloat at 9:30. I didn't want to gloat at midnight, but this was the way I expected it to play out. I just, after a month of a very divisive campaign, I was hoping to be back in my hotel room by now.
Okay, well, soon enough. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Elise Von Schiele, I'm told we can now connect with. She was down at UCP headquarters on the floor, I suspect, trying to have a word with Danielle Smith. Any word on whether or not the Premier will be making herself available to the media tonight, Elise?
Tonight, I'm not sure. She's definitely scheduled to do a round of national media tomorrow, so that might be the first time that we hear from her. It looks like she's taking her victory lap. A lot of the candidates have also started to trickle in. The candidates in some of those seats that were a little close, maybe they didn't want to make a premature appearance before things were projected in their ridings. Of course, now we're shifting into the party. We heard from her speech this plea for unity, this plea to move past polarization, this nod to NDP leader Rachel Notley as well. And as Janet had mentioned, things are just so polarized and have been in a lot of what we've seen in the polling and in the data. And so, everybody will wake up tomorrow and maybe have different feelings on that, and we'll see exactly what the formation of this next iteration of the UCP government looks like. But tonight we are in full party mode, and I assume there's some champagne popping in a back room somewhere with the Premier and her senior campaign staff. But yeah, UCP headquarters pretty jazzed up.
Interesting, though, that her focus immediately, and we certainly picked up on this, Elise, during her speech, but also in those rounds of national media that she's going to be doing tomorrow, she's right out of the gate sending a message yet again to Ottawa. So is this going to be the preoccupation of people like yourself covering this Premier, at least in the first few weeks here? Because she was hinting that she has knowledge that stuff is coming down from Ottawa. They've been sort of holding off on until we had an election outcome here in Alberta.
Look, Alberta is pivotal in a lot of ways. It contributes a lot to the country's GDP. It has a large amount of the population. When we see economic and population shifts in the last couple of years, a lot of it comes down to Alberta. And a lot of the questions about the nation's future when it comes to energy, when it comes to economy, when it comes to the climate, rests here in this province. And so that broadly, those themes are going to be what I am watching, because, we know that conservative governments provincially don't get along well with federal liberal governments, and we are entering a stage of a lot of unanswered questions nationally, provincially, about what the future looks like given all of those topics I just laid out. And it is a moment where beyond the partisan politics of it, a lot of voters and a lot of people are feeling really, really uneasy and really uncomfortable about what might be coming down the road, what might be in Alberta's future. And, you know, 4 years is not a lot of time, but when you're talking about politics and policy and at the speed that some of these changes policy-wise are moving provincially and federally, the next 4 years will play a large role in exactly what we are looking at when we talk about Alberta's future.
One piece of the puzzle. Imagine how much things might change at the federal level and how that could impact Alberta as well. Excellent work tonight, reporting live. Never easy to do when things are so loud, but you did a fantastic job, Elise. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rob.
It's been a long night, and I can tell you right now that I wear flats. Nancy Carlson does not. I don't know how those feet are holding up.
No, I do have flats.
Do you?
Yeah.
I thought I saw you wearing heels earlier. You're so smart.
Oh, you know, I like to mix it up. I like to keep you on your toes there, Rob. Flat shoes or not. Yeah.
You feeling
see?
good? We're about to wrap up. How's the panel feeling?
Oh, we are having a delightful time here. Again, we just heard the speeches there. A lot said from both party leaders. Evan, I want to start with you. So, what stood out to you? What are your final thoughts through tonight?
Yeah, when it came to Premier Danielle Smith's speech, I think it was pitch perfect. A lot of the voters' anxieties, and I think this was clear in the results tonight, is they're still very anxious about the economy. They're anxious about Alberta's position in the country, especially with regards to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's agenda. And so I think she was right to address some of those points. I also think the vote total tonight might not be as impressive as the USP would have wanted at the start of the campaign, but it's still a pretty good mandate. Listen, like about a year ago, 2 years ago, 6 months ago, the UCP were facing a pretty crushing polling deficit. And the fact that they are at where they are tonight with nearly 53% of the vote that I'm reading now, that's incredible. So Steve Outhouse, who's the campaign manager for the UCP, deserves a lot of credit. A lot of the campaign team and Danielle Smith, of course, as Alberta's premier, she came through when she needed to, especially, I mentioned it earlier this evening, but I really believe that debate really consolidated the Conservative vote and brought the Conservative vote home. So yeah, tomorrow's a new day for Alberta, and it's time for Premier Danielle Smith and her team to get down to business.
Yeah. What about you, Leah? After hearing what the leaders had to say, what are your final thoughts?
Listening to Rachel's speech, it was pretty much a classic Rachel Notley. You had some lighthearted joking, you had some moments of emotion, a lot of interaction and feedback with the crowd, and a strong message of hope to NDP supporters, both old and new, and a large chunk of new caucus members who I think really needed to hear a positive message from their leader about the days ahead and their new role in opposition caucus. Smith, obviously a good night for her, and she showed up well and performed well in her speech. It's been noted, but a bit of an odd choice to go immediately on the attack to Ottawa rather than you might have expected to see that come tomorrow or as she started to act as premier. But also, I was happy to hear her make a promise to end divisions and reaching out to folks who voted for other parties was the right tone for her tonight.
Yeah. And then quickly, Angela, what are your final thoughts?
Just touching on the speeches, I agree. It was nice to see both of them talk about unity moving forward. I hope that we see that play out in real life. It's been a really long night, a bit of an emotional roller coaster here in the studio. So I'll just say, I'm sure that municipalities across the province are looking forward to working with, or in partnership, should I say, with Premier Smith and the UCP government to move Alberta forward. We'll be watching campaign promises, but we'll also be watching those issues that didn't hit the platform as well.
Yeah. And really quickly, William.
Just like, wow, what an election, eh?
Yeah.
So, the last couple of weeks when there was a focus, a path to victory. Well, that is over now. So now, as a province, we need to look forward to find the path to success. And that is with all three levels of governments, the federal, the provincial, and the municipal governments. That's what Albertans are expecting, right? Yeah. We want to focus on building a better life for us as Albertans. Yeah. So in 4 years, I want to stand here and say, we're better off today than we were yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
So thank you to all those that left the name stand, and we appreciate the service. And thank you to you, Nancy, and the team for having us here.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much to each of you for joining us. It has been so nice to get all of your different perspectives. You had to deal with me all night. I mean, what more could you say? So thank you so much.
You've been awesome. You're always awesome to deal with, and you did a fantastic job. As always, tonight, Nancy, really interesting insights you drew out of the panel. So before we go, a couple of closing thoughts. Some metrics we still want to share with you. One of them is turnout. So we now have, okay, so total vote right now, as you can see, is shy of what it was in 2019. Shy of by about 200,000 votes or so. Turnout is at 61%, almost 62. That's down as well. It was about 67%. So as we were talking to Janet Brown about earlier, a lot of folks felt like they were just going to sit this one out. We also want to show you something really important. We got 33 women going into the legislature. That's a change of 7. No province in Canada has ever had 3 women as premiers. This is Alberta's right to claim. We are progressive on that front. And finally, from the CBC team here, it's been a long night, longer than many expected. Thank you so much for taking the time and for voting today. Good night.